Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Euro Poker Millions. 2 million guaranteed, brought to you live from the King's Resort. Was it up? What an event this is. I cannot believe the numbers I am seeing on my screen right now. 6,237 entries, 150 odd players remaining. We're about to get day 3 kicked off here. The winner of this event going to win a €500,000 record breaking. So all happening under one roof. It's live from the King's Resort in Rosendale. Delighted to be in the booth. It's Action Man Dan here, your Irish pundit, broadcaster for the duration of this event. Lights, camera, action, and I expect to see fireworks. What an event this is, I just aforementioned. Cards are about to be in the air. Players getting ready to take their seats, getting out the chips that they accumulated last night. Hopefully they got a good rest because this is going to be a lot. A warm welcome wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Kingsbet.cz there on the felt. Won't be too long now until we have cards in the air. Shuffle up and deal. Let's go. Seat 1 we have Kamario from Croatia, and seat 3 we have Gregor from Germany, and Ozgur Liva from Turkey is in seat 4, and then Ricardo Basso from Italy in seat 5, and Grecu from Romania, who stands out to me as the most notable name at this feature table. I'll do some homework behind the scenes and verify some beats, but that's a man that needs no introduction, has won many events at Kings. And Domenico Cancro even from Italy in seat 7, and Florence Stan from Romania rounding out the table in seat 9. Just amazing to see a 3.2 million prize pool almost from a €600 buy-in, give or take. 6,237 entries. Wow. Current payout is in or around a min cash. I believe 144 will get paid. So we actually haven't reached the money yet, which is rare enough for a final day. There we have it, folks. Field graphic, 161 players remaining. Average stack, 2.3 million. Always excited to see Grecu in the house. Let's see what happens here. He's only playing 12 big, so he's got a lot of work to do, especially when we're close to the money. Expect to see a lot of tight play. Goes all the way around to the small blind then. Canario is going to give a walk with the 4-3 offsuit. Gregor will take that one down. What a stack he's playing, by the way. 100 big blinds. So much chips in a field like this. Sitting pretty, coming up to the money bubble. I expect to see him playing fairly aggressive poker. And Greco with 12 bigs here under the 1+1 ace 5 of clubs. Limited in what he can do here. This would just be a slam jam a lot of the time. I suppose that's what he's going to go for. No, looks like he's going to raise instead of 12 bigs, and I actually really like this. It's going to look very strong. The ace 5. Suited and booted. We'll see a lot of players just shoving in that exact spot, and it's totally fine to do so, but Greco knows he's going to have a big advantage post flop, and he's got the hand to min raise with, so he does do just that, and I like that pick up from Greco. Just a testament how good these structures are with the guts of 50 bigs. Currently your average 1 hour blinds, I do believe. 25k is the small blind, 50k is the big blind. With 50k running big blind ante, that's 25, 50, 50. And Paso is going to flick it in for 50k more, facing the button open. Standard stuff so far. You will see a lot of players fold the 9-4 suited, but with your big blind invested and your big blind ante being this deep. Look how much chips he's playing, by the way, folks. 8.4 million, good for about 170 bigs here to start the hand. Picks up a diamond draw on the turn, but it does give the button top pair. And look at that for a river card. The 10 of diamonds rolling off. 545 in the pot now. Goes bet and call. This guy's runner flush. It does give Gregor the straight. Though he does have the arse end of it, as we call it in Ireland. Not the greatest straight to have here with the flush coming in as well. Any ace beats him. Ricardo is going to bet 375, and I feel like the button's just going to be forced to pay off here, even though he's not going to love it. Wow. Likes to just fold straight, recognizing that his opponent's not just going to be randomly bluffing into him on the river here after the turn goes bet and call. Still a bit shocked to see that go in the muck. Must really know his opponent. Just presumed we were going to see him call there, but does get away from it. Maximus with the jabbercadas is going to min raise here in the hijack of about 17 bigs. We'll get action here because Greco has a very good hand to rejam with. Having said that, we are 14 spots away from the money. We'll go either way here. A lot of times you'll just see players call if you feel like your opponent's going to be getting out of line a bit, trying to steal the blinds and antes in the hijack, and also rejam. Open more. I'd probably lean towards just calling if I'm Greco, but that's not what Greco does. He does decide to rejam. And we might be losing a very strong player in this tournament. Having said that, he is in a coin flip situation. $1.425 million in the pot. Here we go. 8-6 deuce is the flop, 2 diamonds. Good start for the jabbercadas for Maximus. Then is a deuce of clubs. Greco needing a lady or a king of kings, or his main event run here is going to end in 157th place. So it is another deuce. Quack, quack. Greco not liking that one. Something he can do. Maximus wins a nice pot, now playing 32 big blinds. There you are. Going to raise in the hijack here with king, queen of suits, and basso on the button. Playing by far the largest stack at this table. Going to say he can go for 3-bet here. Just decides to call in position, and I like this also. Of course, he can put the pressure back on. Why to just peel one off here in position? Got all the chips. Got a nice suited ace-9. Two-way action to the flop. 10-10 deuce. Not much in it for either player. I'm going to be more inclined to c-bet this one out of position in the hijack because a lot of backdoors work in our favour. Then he just goes for the check, and Ricardo checks it back. One is the 5 of clubs. Looks like both players are content to keep this pot small. And Ricardo going to go for this blockerish type sizing. Just denies equity. That's 110. Ricardo will just take down that small pot. Max raising with the jacks. And 1+1, rounds the big blind. Lauren with ace 3 of hearts. Going to see flop here for an additional 50k. Ten 10-6 is the flop over pair for Max, and ace 3 of hearts for Florin. There's a lot of backdoors working for him. Go with his ace high, but a lot of turn cards doesn't really favour him, so just decides to let it go. You go either way with that one. Like I keep saying, we're getting very close to the money. Tries to play it cautious. Just going to get barreled off his hand a lot. By the way, if you are new to the channel, and I suspect we'll have a lot of new viewers considering the magnitude and the size of this Euro Poker Millions main event, be sure to give us a like, subscribe and a follow on YouTube, or Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Put off against big blind here, and Camario, a really nice hand to rejam pre, decides to just peel a flop here, with 6 or 7 away from the money. But against Basso's gigantic stack of, I would be way more inclined to just rejam these pairs. Doesn't really know where he's at now, facing 2 overcards, gives Basso an open ender. And he can just bet that one all day if he wants. He tries to just check it back. Perhaps he's going for a delayed c-bet. That's a betting 140. Let's go for the aforementioned C-bet, delayed C-bet even. And Mario wants to see a river for that price, even though the board is not looking great. That ace of hearts making Mario's nines even worse now. So put them up straight on the river. Interestingly here, spades and clubs miss. I don't think Mario can do much about this. We're just going to have to let it go, facing 3 overcards out there. Just let it go.
Like Zaccagni on the 96 minutes. You have to show, Mario. Suck it up first and go home. You have to show. Maybe later.
Medico going for it here. The cutoff at 9-6 suited. Raise the 110. Max in the big. 149 players remain now, folks. That means we are 5 players away from the money. Actually, I believe I have that wrong, guys. Sorry, I just didn't have the payouts in the chat like normal. Of course, we are more than in the money. Silly Billy on that one. 6,237 runners. Not used to seeing those kind of numbers is the issue there. Unbelievable amount of entries. Generating that total prize pool of 3.199 million. I like to round it up, not down. Very close to 3.2 million total. First prize, €500,000. Just incredible. Current payout is around 1,200. There he is now, Stratus. I was wondering there, I haven't seen many people in the chat. It is a Monday afternoon, the tail end of the summer, of course. People are busy. This is record breaking, one of the biggest events I've ever seen or had the pleasure of commentating on. Fella says, I did like I promised and said a hawk to it when I went all in the casino a couple of weeks ago. Well, Stratus, tell us how that went for you. That's the way he's 10 off suit. Gonna raise it up. So taken down blinds and antes once again. To toss out some of my aforementioned strategy coming up to the bubble. Of course the bubble is burst a long time ago. Imagine still being in this event with a stack of that size playing for €500,000. Fellow says he won the hand. We were at a 1-2 table. The win started my climb back from just under $100 to almost $400. Thank you, Mario. All in for 585 from the hijack. We'll get the job done. Didn't mind it. A call there. It's on the line to Anthony nonetheless. And I have to say, don't want to be griping too hard there, especially in a tournament like this. You might just want to be min raising the jacks there. It's just going to be such a strong hand in late position off that stack depth. Mario all in for 7-10 with King Jack. 1+2 for 14 bigs. Shadow says, worst part is I hit a shredded tire on the way home and now have to put the car in the shop to have body work done. I need to get body work done as well, Shadows. I need to lose about 50 pounds. Maybe not quite. 42 pounds. 3 stone sounds about the right amount. No, that's a pretty bad B story nonetheless. Travel says, sad thing is the news of Donald Trump being shot came out less than 30 minutes after my hop to us, so the rumour of that moment did not last long. Well, I try my best to never talk about politics or religion on this channel, but I guess we'll give it an honourable mention, Stratos, for the Monday afternoon that's in it. That's a on the button, 188 big blinds ace jack off suit. So with the min, I'm probably going to call in the small pocket threes and Dominico with Team 7 off suit, 50k more to call. Getting a phenomenal price to see a flop. I'd just wait for fair if our hand is suited. King A4 is the flop or a rainbow. And 15k is the bet on the Queen A4. That's going to be good enough to take this one down. That's told you 10 million chips. And so he's pretty aggressive so far, but he's got all the chips in the world to do it with. Oscar with the big boys. The ace is here in the hijack, raised to 110, and Basso in the cut-off pocket fives is going to see a flop. Lauren in the big blind, King 10 off suit, calls for an additional 60k, so we're going to have three-way action to the flop. Eight, 7, 6 is the flop, two diamonds. Flop gets checked through. Not ideal for the aces here, especially on that turn card now. Five of clubs completing the straight, of course, and smacking the big blind's perceived defending range more so than the opening range from the hijack. It is Basso with a set. 55 in the pot. Don't think he'll be going anywhere just yet. Lauren going to take the aggressive route here because of what I just said. He's got range advantage against the hijack and the cutoff. Got a 250 and a call. That for a river. Seven of spades, pair on the board. Basso. Gonna love that one folding up here. 905,000 in this pot. Warren is going to give it up. Basso making a chunky one and taking it down, and Ross is over 10 million in chips.
Just to refresh the page there, Stratos. Let me know if that sounds a bit better for you. Always let me know. I don't know, there's a problem. I can't fix it. I was actually probably sitting a little bit backwards from the mic, as per usual. Thank you, MB. Nice to have you with us. Sometimes you just have to refresh the page and lean a bit further into the mic. I do have a really good microphone, but I am going to treat myself to a headset, I'd say, for Christmas. Max raising to 100k under the gun, ace, jack of clubs. As Strata says, we didn't talk politics at the table, just show how horrible it was to even... Yeah, I'm just not going to read too much of that. As Strata says, now back to the daily grind of Poker Kings. So, going to call him the hijack here, Max, under the gun with the ace, jack of clubs. Jack 8-7 is the flop, 2 diamonds. Another nice flop for Basso. He's got the good shot straight draw. He's got the diamond draw. Basso betting 110,000. Now, Max with top pair, top kicker. We could see a lot of money go in here under the gun range. But perhaps when he checks it over, he's just going for the check call. Look at that for a turn card with 545 in the pot. The 9 of clubs giving Basso the straight. He's running pretty good so far in the opening frame. There's 142 players now remaining. Max will check. Basso betting 180,000 here, and Maximus in a tough spot now. 725 in the pot, just 180 to call. Does keep his opponent honest here on the turn. 905 the pot now as we hit the river. Max going for another check. When we play our hand this way, it's usually the route of keeping our opponent honest, keeping the pot small, out of position, occasionally going for a check raise if we're sub 20 bigs, something around that area. Does check. Now Basso, I'd like to see him go for around 400k here into 9. Maybe even smaller, and he does go a lot smaller, 225. And for that size, and he's going to get called. Basso looking like a genius here. Wins another one. Adding 740k to his stack. Now paying very close to 11 million. I don't see Max calling a bigger bet there. It's a really nice extraction of value from Basso. He hasn't really put a foot wrong yet, albeit we're only playing less than an hour. Jakob going for the 3-bet here to 340 with the 7-6 of hearts from the hijack. Basso can't defend with just 10-7 of clubs. That one looking strong from his opponent there. 3-betting the chip leader and taking it down. Max in a small blind with 15 bigs, A7 suited. I think I prefer to just open rip these kind of ones. The A6, the A7s, the Ace-8 offsuits, and some of the A7s, A6, A7 suiteds. That looks like the shove. Eventually moving all in, leaving himself with one big blind behind as the blinds have just gone up to 30, 60, 60. So we see a complete from Oscar in the small blind with King Deuce of Spades. Flop comes Ace 6 Deuce. Basso checking his option. Effective stack is about 16 or 17 bigs to start the hand. A6 Deuce 9 Jack is the board, and Oscar We're just hoping to get to showdown with his pair of deuces, and Basso happy to check behind on the river also. And Strata says, now the real question is if poker will ever be an Olympic sport. Gregor with a lot of equity here on the Jack 9-3 flop. We'll see some action. Domenico betting 125. He's got top pair queen kicker. Is under the gun against cutoff. Effective stack on this one. About 18 bigs remaining for Domenico as we hit the turn, which is a juicy one. It's the eight of spades. And Gregor now with the flush. Domenico won't be liking that card. He might see a river, however. Let's see what price Gregor goes for. $175 is the bet, and for that price, Domenico going to be forced to call. 1 million on the nose in this pot as we hit the river. River is the 3 of diamonds. $400K is the bet now. And that 3 of diamonds pairing the board. This is an interesting spot. It's a sizable portion of Domenico's remaining stack. Domenico going to hate this one. His opponent could have a missed 10x sort of a holding. Perhaps some other bluffs. 1.4 million in the pot, 400K to call. Not sure what he does here. He beats a considerable portion of the range if Gregor's bluffing. But on the flip side, Domenico raising from under the gun. So that's going to get some credit from Gregor. It's a pretty wicked fold from Domenico, all things considered. We just see the updated chip counts there. Basso way out in the lead with 183. Nearly 100 more than second place, which is Gregor. These two battling in a few pots now. The last hour or so. 85 bigs for Gregor and Jakob with 43. Florin with 23. Maximus with 18. Domenico with 15. Oscar with 15. And Kumario for the stack at this feature. Still playing 12 big blinds. So much playability, even with 15 bigs in such a good structure like the Euro Poker Millions main event. If you are tuning in, that's what you're watching. If you are just tuning in, it is day 3, €590 buy-in. Domenico called the open from Max. Max with the ace jack, ace 4, and the complete. For the min raise, queen jack deuce is the flop. And Domenico checking over to Max. Max with 15 bigs total. Good goal between betting and checking here. I kind of like betting. Does bet 90,000. Max is going to bet 90k, and Domenico forced to let it release, even though he does have backdoor straight draw working for him, and the ace of clubs to boot. Can turn some straight draws, can turn some flush draws, but Max going to get credit there. That's a good fold from Domenico. Perhaps if they were deeper, we would see a turn.
crazy on that shake back. 6 raise 125 on that shake back. No, I see. I'm joking. It's crazy. 7 raise over. 8 pass. 1 pass. 6 pass, 7 win.
Domenico going for the re-jam, taking that one down with ace-9 off suit.
This I learned from my Italian friend. So parlato. Oh, you say that from Sicilia, o Calabria, stavo detto. One of my best friends. This I learned. All this stuff. All the good stuff. Yeah. 3 plus. 4 plus. Yeah. 5 plus. 6 raise 125. 7 plus.
Jacob raising to 125k from the hijack with King 3 of clubs and Florent. On the button here is going to 3-bet to 360 with the ace jack of hearts. We've got action. Camario with the ladies. Sub 10 bigs to start the hand in the small blind.
1 raise over. 2 pass. 6 pass. And 8 go. Falls down.
And we do see an all-in and call. We haven't seen too many of those yet so far today, but of course today is a pup. 1.4 million in the pot. It is all in and call. Florent with 13 big blinds behind. Just 21% equity. It is Camario who is at risk, but is a 4-1 favorite as we hit the flop. Flop is Queen 7, Deuce 2 diamonds. Turn is the 7 of clubs. And Camario going to get a very healthy double up.
So when you speak Italian,
Such a nice chunky double up when you have sub 10 bigs facing an open and a 3-bet. Pick up the ladies. Your opponent's priced in. Dream scenario. Unless an ace falls, and if it does, c'est la vie. Domenico raising to 125 in the hijack, ace jack off suit. Mario just going to call this time on the button with deuces. So three-way action here. Max from the small. I would way prefer to see Max rejam this one pre, especially off this stack depth. Does decide to just call. Does get a nice flop in the 8-6-5. Now he's being turned by the ace jack of Domenico. $200K is the bet from Domenico. Actually could even go a little bigger here. This is your problem with sevens. Oftentimes you're going to be seeing a flop that you're not too happy about. Now he's just going to be forced to fold the majority of the time, although it is only 200K to call into a pot of 695. So I feel like for this price, we should see a river. He does flick it in. Off we pop. Nearly 900K in the pot now. The river is a 4. Max loving that one. Now has a straight, of course. Max is just going to donk jam here on the river. Doesn't want to risk an ace checking back. Decides to just go for the lot, putting Domenico to the test for his tournament life. Max could have a busted flush draw here, but in general, he's going to have a lot of value. So I don't think Domenico can call this one, especially when our opponent check calls the turn and then leads all in for the river. I feel like it's a dead giveaway. Domenico really mulling this one over. I was trying to think of any other hands. There might be. No, I just don't think. Oh, wow, he does call him off. I wasn't expecting to see that. Domenico in the tank for quite some time. Does decide to call it off. Is a non-believer. I feel like he might regret that one later. So many hands to beat him. We lose another player. Always good when you check call the turn and hit your hand on the river and get paid. Nice pot there for Domenico. Sorry, it's not Domenico. Of course, Domenico the one. First, it's Camario here in the cutoff. Jack 10 off suit. It was, of course, Maximus. Eliminated Domenico just a moment ago, and now he finds himself in another position where he could win a sizable pot. He is on the button. Does he want to call in position with a hand as strong as ace queen? Looks like that's what he's going for. Does call the 125. Mario with the Jack 10. Max with the ace queen. King 10-4 is the flop. Mario out flopping. Max. We do see a bet of 110 and a call. Turn is the ace of clubs. Max loving this turn card, but it looks like Camario is going for another bet. He's betting 275. Don't really know if I like this from Camario, considering there is two overcards out there. Even if we do have a jack that blocks our opponent having a straight. The size of this pot now, nearly 1.2 million out there. It's the 6 of hearts, hits the river. Max betting enough to put Camario all in. Camario is going to be forced to let this one go, one would think, unless he really, really thinks his opponent is out of line. Can you think of some natural bluffs? Diamonds, of course. Mario does eventually let it go. Jakob raising to 125 from under the gun with ace-9 of spades, and Max is going to come along for the ride with pocket eights. All standard stuff so far. 400k in the pot. Ace-Jack 5 is the flop. Jakob out-flopping his opponent with about 130k, and Max looking at 2 overcards on that board would just easily muck his pocket eights. Not much has changed with the leaderboard. Ricardo way out in front still. Nearly 100 bigs, more than second place, which is Gregor. Maximus with 49 bigs, Jakob with 43, Florin with 13, Camario with 13, and Oscar with 13. Yes, they've got some work to do, but in a structure like this, they're still all pretty comfortable there with 13 bigs, if only for a short while. Oscar going for a min raise from the button. I actually prefer to kind of shove these hands to the variety with 12 bigs or so. Jakob is catching a piece of it on the 9 deuce 4 that is inferior to Oscar's top pair top kicker or a second kicker. Because Oscar is gone for an over bet, I'm not the biggest fan of this. I'd rather bet small and then shove turn or reevaluate. Jakob might feel like this is a stronger hand. A weaker hand than the one that Oscar has. He's got a very strong hand here. Jakob might be a bit suspicious here. Could see him call. Be all those overcard hands that might just shove this flop trying to take it down. I'd be shocked to see you call. He can beat some diamond draws currently. Oscar does just take it down. I think that's just an overplayed hand from Oscar. Wants to extract value there. As Murty's asked, where can I see the entire field? You can have a look at the start of the day chip counts on Kings Resort website. They give you live updates. Just don't put any spoilers in the chat, as we are on a 30-minute delay.
King 5 diamonds is possible, but kings is not possible. If I have 2 euros to bet, I think king 5, king 6 diamonds, nothing else. See if your nose like Pinocchio.
Ariel raising here with the ace 6 of clubs is getting 3-bet from Jakob in the small blind with ace queen of spades. Does put the pressure back on. Mario doesn't really have the hand to do much with on this occasion. Mario thinking for quite some time before letting it go. Nice pick up there for Jakob, uncontested from the small blind, now playing 44 bigs. And new player at the table, Frank Landolsi. It's going to raise to 155k. Jack 5 of diamonds. Flooring with 11 bigs isn't going to entertain seeing a flop with 9-7 offsuit. Jakob raising to 125 from the cutoff of Queen 7 of diamonds, and Camario in the big blind, 65k to call. The 5-4 suited. A lot of time he's going to have some live cards here, so wouldn't mind peeling, especially when we have our big blind invested and our big blind ante. Chip for Jakob will take that one down on the King 7-7 flop. Mario will be posting his small blind now. Some work to do. Playing 7 bigs, 6.5 bigs now in just a moment. Jakob with the jacks in the hijack, raising to 125, and Camario in the small blind. Ace-9 offsuit. Could rejam this one for 7 bigs. Mario does go for the rejam. Is going to get the bad news here with just over $1 million in the pot. Board running out. Jack 6 deuce 3 9 will eliminate Camario. Jakob flopping a set. 119 players remaining now. As Stevla is in the house, asks why does he bet on the flop with trip 7s? I think because it's King 7-7, he's just range betting. He would bet on most paired boards and he can rep a king. I understand what you're saying though. Why not just check it back from time to time? King 10 suited is the shove from the cutoff from Florin. Takes down the blinds and antes. Now playing 13 bigs. Eights in the hijack here for Frank. Gonna raise to 125. And he will take down the blinds and antes. We do have another new player on the way to the table as well in seat 1. It'll be check raise. New player in seat 7 is, of course, Frank Landausi from France. And the big boys here for Jakob under the gun with the aces. Going to raise to 125. I see Tim is in the house looking for the payouts. They're right above you, Tim. Put in exclamation payout in the chat. There you have them, Tim. Tim, put them in the chat for you there. If you are new to this channel and you're tuning in, lads, you're watching a mammoth of an event, day 3, the 590 Euro Poker Millions. $500,000 for the winner. That's going to be played out tomorrow. At the moment, Paso bossing this table, 178 big blinds. As Tim says, TY Men's, you are welcome. Check raise is going to get busy here. 101 plus 2, 12 bigs, queen 10 offsuit. Sometimes don't mind shoving this one. Prefer to just min raise off 12, or perhaps just let it go from early position. If it was suited, way prefer to jam. Aces again, this time for Florin. He's under the gun, 13 bigs. Just wants to be min raising this one. Occasionally maybe go for a sneaky limp, but I feel like that will be a dead giveaway the way this table has played so far. Not seeing much limping. Really don't like jamming 13 bigs from early position with the nuts, the pre-flop nuts. Come on, man. You want to give your opponents a chance to see a flop or rejam, hang themselves at some capacity. Yes, you will take down the blinds and antes the majority of the time. We're looking to get paid. And he does get paid, but not much, just 150k there. Oh, wow. Dan Fox says, good morning, chat. Good morning, Dan. The man who single-handedly could unite the world by giving a peace speech with his voice, but chooses not to as the world is not ready to hear his perfectly crafted voice. You never cease to amaze me. Very funny. Good man, Dan Fox. Thank you for such kind words. And Huyken Concurrent. We love that dude as well. Oh my God, is this Dan? It sure is. Action man Dan, your Irish pundit, broadcaster for this massive event. Possibly the biggest event I've ever commentated on. Prize pool of just shy of 3.2 million. It would want to be. Max raises to 125. Queens. That's no calls for 125 with deuces. Max with the ladies. Also with the call. Florin in the big blind, 13 bigs. 65k more from to call. I feel like for this price he should get involved, but it would be nicer if it was suited, and it isn't under the gun. +1 open. So not shocked to see ace-5 offsuit go in the muck there. I just feel like it's going to be a little bit too good to not see a flop for that price though. 8-4-3 is the flop, 2 hearts. Three, 8, 4, 3 is the board. 640k in this pot now. Max with the overpair, of course, and Basso. 2 little duckies. Let's see what he does here. Looks like he's going to go for a small bet of 175. And can hit a flush draw, of course. Oh, wow, it gets there on the river, just shy of $1 million in this pot. 10 of hearts rolling off. Gives Basso the flush. He really hasn't lost many hands so far today. And to win another pot, Max won't be happy to see that run out. Not much he can do about that. How you keep it anyway? Koikin, Concurrent, and Dan Fox hope all as well. 114 players remaining now. We're just a few hands away from the break. First break of the day. In an interesting opening frame, especially if you're Bazo, winning pot after pot. Gregor is going to raise to 125 here from early position. King Queen off suit, and Frank on the button with pocket eights. Weekend says, all good, brother. And you? Yeah, I'm reasonable. I can't complain, but sometimes I still do. $400K in this pot here on the flop of 9. Might go for a bet here if I'm Gregor, considering there's a lot of turn cards that favor us. We can continue barreling on. Spade or a 10, king, queen, maybe even an ace. But he checks, and Frank now with pocket ace and the decision. Both players playing fairly deep here. I think that's 110K. Gregor's going to call. And is the 7 of diamonds. And Gregor checks after checking on the flop, check calling. I think Frank has a mandatory second bet here. I like betting about 2/3 pot. 420 sounds good to me. Goes for a little bit smaller, 315. Hand 42. 3 more hands before the break, folks. Back up raising to 125 from the hijack pocket fours. Back up, we'll just take that one down. Check raise, shoving for 12 bigs with the queen 8 offsuit. Gregor will call. We do have an all in the call, 1.5 million in this pot. Check raise, shoving from the button for 12, a queen 8 offsuit. Don't love it, don't hate it. Perhaps you want to be a little bit tighter there. They can't fault them too much. King Jack going to snap it off and flops the world. Going to lose check raise in 113th place. Yeah, prefer to have a hand like queen 9 offsuit there, but can't blame him too much with 12 big blinds. So, folks, this is the last hand before the break. 112 players remaining. So, with this pretty suited Jack 10 of hearts. Raises to 120. Frank in the hijack with King Jack of spades. We'll call. And 9-5 is the flop. The three-way action. Oscar with the ace 3. Basso with Jack 10 of hearts. And Frank with the world here, really. 60% equity. There's King Jack of spades on this flop. And that ain't bad. Could see some chips going in here. Basso. Top pair Jack kicker. Turn is the king of diamonds. That'll slow the action down for Basso. Basso going for a check call. Sort of a situation on the flop. This is just going to happen sometimes. Bad card rolls off on the turn. I think now is the time to bet if we're frank. Bet at 125. Bet of 125 and a call. 700k in the pot as we hit the river. It is the three of spades, and Frank had the best hand on the turn. He certainly does now. He's got a flush. $425 is the bet from Frank. We haven't seen Basso really put a foot wrong, so I don't expect to see him call on the river, even though he does block the straight. He unblocks his opponent having spades, etc. And any king beats him. Looks like he is going to flick it in, though. So, non-believer does get the bad news, and we are off to a break, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. Lots and lots more action to come from the Euro Poker Millions 2 million main event. I'll see you all in a few moments.
With the enough flush draw, his overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way, and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgius, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I don't think he ever calls here. Just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is a disaster. He's got 48% equity though. Needs to call 1 mil to win 1.5, meaning he'd need, what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Georgius. I mean, he's just not a punter, right?
No, you don't come this far to just punt it off with a flush draw. You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a turn card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k or something like that? But
Mr. Bond letting rip 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgius. He makes the call, Henry.
wow.
That's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. But Georgius, both players with the same stack size. Ooh, 9, up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
What a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now we have a player with a stack. 2.5 million. Hey. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is gonna Get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't. Does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We
We'll
know
just
what the
check
brutal card
calls.
would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bissey, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond
How can you read this guy?
turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise,
Snap
snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bissey with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot. Hold it right around to Ayol in the cutoff, who lets go the 9-6. Now we have Giuseppe with a small pair on the button. Well, this is a 30 big blind shove here. Oh boy, look at this, Henry.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this shove. I guess you're getting a ton of hands you're flipping against to fold, and possibly even some hands that are crushing you to fold also. I'm thinking 3s and 4s. But he's run into it here.
Yeah.
The chip leader with the bullets.
This is let's call a spade a spade. I'm a fan of calling a spade a spade. This is a bit of a blunder from Giuseppe.
30 bigs.
I'm probably folding button, to be honest with you.
I think I'm always raising.
Well,
But I mean, I don't think I'm ever jamming 30 big blinds. Not into a stack that has me covered. 2 shorties for sure, but I mean, this guy Giuseppe has a ton of experience, Henry. Well over 100k in live cashes.
right, let's put the bag on.
It kind of went wrong for him against Youssef just before the break. I mean, what do you do? I mean, I mean, the dealer could hand him the deck and say to him, pick whatever card you want out, you know. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. He needs perfect.
I mean,
perfect.
can we get a sweat at least, like a king? A king would have been fair, right? Wow, deuce on the river. Feels like the type of hand it'd be a disaster to raise fold, right? Versus this lineup. No. Okay.
I mean, that would have been just high-level stuff. The flat call with the queens after the undergun limped. 3.5x raise from Santos with the queens. Youssef folds, and now Mr. Bond with ace-9.
Looks back at the ace before looking at his second card. Nope, hasn't improved. Still the 9 of spades. Still the big blind. Get through as well. Oh, wow.
It's cooler. And look, Jack will be in the bin.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh, we're going into
Robert
break as well.
Kukoska. I mean, it's over. There's no escape, Henry. He's going to put his money in. Never doubted it. Georgios, I mean, this is just a snap fold. But the noteworthy part of this fold is that one of the jacks will be going over the line. Snap call from Santos with the queens.
Yeah.
It's a really bad situation.
Spades working for Robert. As Finton mentioned, one of his jacks already dead. So it's a 1-out type of situation. You can see his reaction. I mean, it's pretty grim, man. He's been so patient with this short stack and
absolutely horrible.
Finally chipped up a little bit and just gets jacks into queens. No.
Chop possibility?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we'll take a sweat, right?
Well, that's the end of that. Jack of hearts. Jack of hearts only to save Robert. Well, Robert has Santos covered, but it's a big blow for Robert.
Alrighty, folks, we are back. We are live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. If you're just tuning in, it's day 3 of the €590 Euro Poker Millions. One of the biggest tournaments I've ever had the pleasure of commentating on. $500,000 for the winner of this event. Just unbelievable. Look at the top right-hand corner of your screen. 6,237 entries. Blinds have just gone up to 40, 80, 80. Average stack is 3.3 million. You're always trying to get the Irishman on here to say 33 and a third. Well, there you go. 112 players remaining. Average stack still over 40 big blinds. And Frank Landowsley with the Jack 10, getting 3-bet from the ladies of Basso in the big blind. And Frank can't withstand that pressure, lets it go. Well, Dan Fox says straight flush. Not quite a straight flush that time, Dan Fox. Did hit a flush on the river. Last hand before the break. Florin is all in for a cool 10 bigs. Ace Jack suited. Florin takes it down, takes down the blinds and antes, adds them to his stack, now playing 1 million. Basso with 134 bigs is your chip leader. Gregor still in second place and Frank in third. $109 players remaining out. Minimum payout getting close to $2,000. Imagine battling through a field of 6,000. 237 players and still coming in to the last 100. Stuff of dreams. Going to say Frank should probably just jam this one blind v blind with the Jack 8 offsuit. Instead, just decides to raise to 205k total. Florin has a nice hand to see a flop with. And Florin is not even going to entertain seeing a flop there. I think that's a mistake. Getting great odds to see a flop. Hendrik going to call for an additional 80k here. Queen Jack of Hearts in the big, facing the open from Jakob in the cutoff with ace 6 offsuit. out of 180k here from Jakob with the ace-6, second pair, ace of clubs. Top pair, decent kicker for Hendrik. I reckon we could just see a lot of money go in here. Big blind against cutoff. Both players, I was going to say relatively shallow, but it's Hendrik's stack that matters. Hendrik just decides to call. Henrik deciding to just donk jam here on the turn. Don't know if I'm the biggest fan of this. Really saying to your opponent that you've got like a 5, although I don't think a 5 should jam in this spot. If our opponent had, if Jakob had like no flush draw. Does call him off, guys. I was about to say there is some hands you just want your opponent to continue barreling with here from the cutoff. Nearly 2 million in this pot now as we hit the river. River is the 3 of clubs. So 134 bigs, Frank with 67, Gregor with 66, 31 for Jakob, Max with 28, Hendrik with 24, Florm with 10, and Oscar shortest stack here. 7 big blinds. That's how things are looking. The 8 lucky hopefuls with 108 players remaining. And Rigor raises to 160 with Queen Jack of diamonds. Takes down the blinds and antes. 7 bigs for Oscar here with the ace deuce of hearts. Going to want to be jamming this one. Does put his money over the line. Does get the blinds and antes down, as Corin Kilo says, should he have called? I think so. Seems like it's just going to be a bit too good there. The ace deuce of hearts getting away with murder. The problem is with that ace 10. No, it's just going to be too strong. Sergeant Men and Corin Kilo correct on that one. Grigor going to take that one down with the ace 9 off suit from the small blind. Yeah, I think that ace 10 suited as well, guys. You know, you're just facing a 7 big blind jam. Going to be crushing the shoving range in general. Max going to go for the min raise here, and Oscar in the small wants to be rejamming this one. King Queen suited. So we do have a raise to 160. Oscar is all in for 635 from the small blind. And Ricardo in the big blind with ace 9 off suit. Let's it go. Maximus is going to be priced in here, one would think, whether he likes it or not. So 1.4 million in this pot. Oscar, 55% with his Queen Jack of clubs. He does flop very well on that Queen 3-3 flop. Turn is the 10 of hearts. River is the King of hearts. Really nice, sexy double up for Oscar. Maximus going to be playing roughly the exact same amount now as Oscar, 17 big blinds apiece. We do have an all-in the call here. All in an isolation. Lauren with King Queen off suit. Maximus with pocket nines. And it's a big flip for both players involved. 1.8 million in the pot. Nines getting out flopped here on the Queen Jack 4 2 club board. Turn is the 8 of hearts. River is the Queen of spades. Max taking a chunk away from his opponent there, getting a chunky double up to 22 big blinds. Maximus is now going to be playing 7 big blinds or so. Sargeman just catching up with the chat there, says he folds ace-10 suited and he kind of end up jamming jack-10 suited. It does happen, Sargeman. We have seen it happen a few times. Basso staying active as he should with this kind of a stack size. King 3 suited on the button, raising to 160k. Frank with the 3-bet to 405 here. He's going to say, does he want to just call, considering how deep they are? Goes for the more aggressive route, 3-betting to 405. And I like this, but I'd like to make it a bit bigger here, out of position against Basso. This sizing is very small. Basso could easily peel one off here. 685 in the pot, 245 to call. Look at this, Basso finding another gear here, 4-betting to 950, and this is what I'm saying. Basso is able to make these moves. Put the action back on Frank. Basso's able to make moves like this because he's got such a positional advantage, as well as having his opponent well covered here. 5 million and change, playing over 10, of course. Frank will eventually let his hand go. This was going to say is you just want to call the big and avoid these confrontations against the big stack, but I'm all for 3-betting there, out of position. Big stack can call. With worse, of course. So min raising from the cutoff with ace-5 off suit. Important to note, Ricardo Basso could be a cash game sicko or something like that. It just has a total live earnings of $20,762. Massageman says he looks happy. Nice hand. Wouldn't you be looking happy playing such a large stack? He's nearly 40% of all the chips in play at this feature table. Approaching 100 players remaining. It's such a massive, massive event. I'm just going to keep reiterating the same things because it's just incredible for a €590 buy-in. First prize of $500,000. Maximus needs to get moving now. Under 10 bigs. The only player at this feature table who finds himself in that position. 18 then in the second last place. So much chips in play. So much action to take place. What an event this is. And Maximus shoving for 610k total. Be happy to take that one down. Playing 10 big blinds now again. Although he will just have to post the big now and the big blind ante. Some action developing here. Frank with the deuces. Lauren is going to call on the button. His ace, queen suited from the small blind, going to re-jam for close to 22 big blinds. Nice pick up there for Hendrik. Getting respect, shoving from the big blind. Taking down a nice pot. Frank min raising in the hijack. We'll take that one down with the pocket eights. There you have it, folks. 100 players remaining now, as you can see the top right-hand corner of your screen. Average stack is 3.7 million. Blinds are still 40, 80, 80. It's 40k small blind, 80k big blind, with an 80k running big blind ante. Jacob on a min raise here from under the gun +1. Not the biggest fan of these small pockets off this stack depth. You get in trouble more often than not. Comes around the floor, and who's got the Jabbercadas? 2 blackjacks, 18 bigs. Just wants to be moving this one all in. Those go for the shove, shoving for 1.4 million total. And Jakob going to let his pocket fours go. ECW King in the house says, is Dan missing in action again? He's certainly not. He's right here. What's up, buddy? ECW says, there he is. How you doing, Dan? I'm doing all right, buddy. Ask me, are they playing till a winner tonight? No, they are not. Because this is such a massive event and it's broke all records, it's going to be a very, very long day of poker tomorrow. And it's going to be quite a number of hours before this one is all said and done tonight. How are you doing, ECW? This looks like a crazy event. It's one of the craziest events I've ever had the privilege of commentating on. $500,000 ball. I always say at ECW, you know, when it's around 100, 150, 200k, or you can buy half a house, but I reckon you can buy a full one for 500 grand. As ECW says, he thinks if he won 500k, he's probably done with poker. Well, would you still tune in to watch it? That's the question. Jack 10-8 is the flop. Paso with a good shot, straight draw. Back over top pair, good shot, straight draw of his own. Backdoor's working for him also. And the Queen Jack will take that one down. As Yums says, I'd take the 500k roulette spin, 2 mil, and then buy into the next Triton Millie. DCW says that guy Jay Cody once did that. Yeah. I used to love Jay Cody. Not saying I don't still do, but I used to too. That's an epic story though for sure, ECW. Thanks for reminding me about that one. And we've got action here. Max all in for 610. Frank with pocket 10s. Max with pocket 8s. So it is all in the call. 1.4 million in the pot. Jack 9, 3 is the flop. 2 clubs. Frank with the opportunity here to eliminate another player. Turn is the Jack of Hearts. Max needing a lot of help on this river, or his main event will come to an end in 96th place. Dreams do come true, but sometimes they are shattered. We lose Max in 96th place, and that means 95 players remaining now. ECW says, is it also hot in Ireland, Dan? It's crazy here. It's absolutely roasting here at ECW, and I can't open the window because there's a lot going on with lawnmowers beside me. So I'm actually baking, if you want to know the truth. It's not making the job any easier. Paso raising to 160 here for the hijack with 8-7 at diamonds. I'm also in a very tiny office. It's like a box room. Frank with ace queen of diamonds on the button. We've seen him call earlier. We also seen him 3-bet. This time he goes for a call. So we just see a raise the call. Ace King Deuce is the flop. 2 hearts. Basso is going to rep some of that board. Basso betting 170. Frank will call. Seven of hearts hitting the turn here. Basso now with a pair. So going to bet this time 450,000. Frank just has a mandatory call here. What a river card that is. Basso rivering the best hand. Granted, the flush completes on the turn. This guy really winning a lot of pots, a lot of them going his way. There's another good example of that. Feels like his opponent could call him with something like the hand he has. He wants to go for around $1 million or even a little bit bigger, 1.2. Go for 1.175. And ECW making a good point in the chat. Frank is under repped here. He is on the button. It's going to be tough to let this one go. There you have it, folks. He is going to call him off. We'll get the bad news, and Basso now playing over 13 million. Frank looking disgusted. Sometimes you just got to pay the man. ECW says poker's brutal and you have to call it off with the ace queen. I just think they're very under rep there. Don't think he can fold either. And ECW said, are they playing till 24 or the FT? Probably 24 remaining, could be 16. These levels are very long. They're well over an hour. I think they're 75 minutes, or they might even be longer. Lots and lots more action to come tonight, folks. If you're just tuning in, Euro Poker Millions, main event day 3. Still 93 players remaining. Hendrick taking that one down. No messing around with his pocket sixes on this occasion. As ECW says, they should rock it out like the German poker series all night. It adds to the sickness. Oh, I don't know. Them streams can be very, very long. ECW says, but we love those. Yeah, we do love some of those barn burners that bring us into the early hours of the morning. Sometimes, for sure. I mean, it's just going to be 2 very, very long days of poker here, whatever way you look at ECW. There's just too much money on the line. Structure is insanely good. It's one of the most record-breaking tournaments ever held at King's. So, a round of applause for that one. Woo! The chip counts there. Basso still way out in the lead, and Gregor in second place with 69 bigs. Frank with 48 is in third. Hendrick with 28 is in fourth. Jakob with 27 is in fifth. Florin with 20 And Oscar rounding out the pack here. Still finds himself in contention with 15 big blinds. We do see the three bet coming in. Essentially just moving all in for Jakob here in the big blind, facing under the gun +1 open. Flooring with the queen jack of clubs. Very sexy, pretty suited hand to open with, but Jakob with the goods gonna rejam. Does have flooring covered. Really nice pickup there, uncontested. Jakob rejamming, getting the job done. And goes to 30 bigs. As ECW King says, I wonder how many unique buy-ins from the 6K. Definitely a bunch of rebuys for a €600 buy-in. A6 of diamonds here in the hijack for Gregor. This white dude says definitely 6 from someone. Yeah. When fatigue kicks in, players do get loopy. I think you could play a lot of entries, so obviously that's going to generate such a huge prize pool. It's just awesome to see. 3.2 million in the prize pool. A6 of diamonds playing 5-4 of hearts. Flop is King Jack 5. BCW says Roz doesn't have enough rooms for 6K players. Probably not. Basso is going to call the rejam from Florin. Florin with the ace-9 off suit. Ricardo going to call with the ace-jack. This pot, 2.84 million. Florin running into it. Not much he can do. Standard stuff here. Cut off against big blind. Look at that, lads. Flop is ace-9-6. Florin flopping top 2. This could be first decent-sized pot Basso has lost in quite some time. Doesn't run out that way. Won't affect Basso's attack much or his overall strategy. However, for that man right there, he's after getting a sexy double up at a great and crucial time. 90 players still remaining. Basso min raising in the hijack here with the queen jack off suit, and Hendrik is going to call in the big blind. 974 is the flop, 2 diamonds. Top pair for Hendrik. So got some backdoors working for him. He just wants to be applying pressure here. Doesn't have to go too big. Maybe 160, 140, something around that area. Goes for a bit of a larger sizing. Getting the call. Over $1 million in the pot now as the 4 clubs hits the turn. And that one's going to go check, check, and the river is the deuce of spades, and Hendrik is going to check again, and Basso looks like he's just going to be done with the hand. Basso not fancy and trying to put any more pressure on his opponent there. And Hendrik will be happy to just take that one down with top pair, top kicker. Giant Dad is in the house. What's up, Giant Dad? And it says, yo, Dan, how are you, mate? Not so bad, buddy. Nice to have you with us for this monumental event. The regs are starting to flock in now, 4 hours into the stream. No pair, no draw says here lurking all day. Busy work day. Nice one, no pair, no draw. Nice to have you with us, of course. Why wouldn't you be out there? I bet you all the time 100 is out there somewhere as well, as is tradition. Bebop says, hey, what's up, Bebop?
Only one. Usually, when we work, I don't see. Last time, I'm curious.
Frank has the goods here, raising to 200k. Blinds are now 50, 100, 100. I think I just said that a moment ago, but very long levels. No pair, no draw. Asking a very important question that I haven't spoke about yet. That I'm wondering if anything could be done about getting a microphone closer to the table on the weekend streams with no commentary. It would be nice to hear a little chatter among the players. With regards to streams going forward, the Sunday streams have pretty much been cancelled. It's the final days for me for the most part. However, this is a very special event, and I was supposed to be back to commentate last night. However, I got stuck the other side of Ireland. All trains and services were closed, sold out. Never happened to me before. Usually just buy a ticket online. Didn't think it'd be an issue, and it would just be ridiculous by the time I would have got home. So I hope that answers your question a little bit. And my apologies to the Action Man Dan fans around the world that didn't get to hear me last night. I had everything timed down to the minute almost. I was going to be home at 8. The stream started at 9:15 in Kings, so that would have given me about 15 minutes. It wasn't to be. Six is going to take that one down. Thank you for your question. No pair, no draw. That was a good one.
10. Better than nothing.
No pair, no draw says that software glitch last week messed up a ton of travel globally. Yeah, it really did. Yeah, heard all about that actually. Hendrik min raising, ace queen of spades, and Florin going to call in the big blind with ace 10 of hearts. Nice flop for Florin. Hendrik still with the best of it, checks back. Turn is the 8 of spades. Might just lead here if I'm Stan. If I'm going to go into check call mode, might as well bet myself. Once the flop is gone, check, check. Oh, sorry, I've got that one wrong. Yeah, the flush draw is going to bet and take that one down. Hendrik that releases with just a good shot straight draw to go with his ace high. So Jakob raising under the gun +1 to 210 with the ace-8 offsuit. Not really the biggest fan of opening this combo, especially when it's unsuited from early position. Flooring with the jacks in the cutoff. Now, Jakob's open here will look pretty strong to the rest of the table. Having said that, Jack's just going to be wanting to 3-bet here for the most part. We're going to 3-bet to 650. There you have the updated chip counts here. Vaso with 111 bigs, St. Grigor in second place with 60, Frank with 38, Lauren with 37, Hendrik with 22, Jakob with 19, and Oscar is your clear short stack at this feature, playing only 8 big blinds. Tatsa says, is there a break? No, I don't think so. Not for a while yet. They've just been showing the leaderboard for a bit longer than normal today, it seems. 88 players remaining now. If you're just tuning in, you're watching day 3, the €590 buy-in. Euro Poker Millions with a $500,000 up top for the winner. Tatsa's asked, no break. No. I'll have notice for you when there is the next break if you're wondering when it is. A little bit more detail to calculate today because the levels are so long. But if I was to hazard a guess there, Tat, I'd say roughly an hour or so. Frank raising from under the gun here off about 37 big blinds, 38 big blinds almost. Pocket fives. Jakob going to call in the big with ace 10 of hearts. Frank going to bet 135 here on the Queen 8-6 rainbow board. Jakob with some backdoors working for him in the form of a straight draw and a flush draw. Also ace high going to be good a considerable portion of the time. Maybe not so much against an under the gun open. I think he wants to be seeing a turn card. Look at this. Jakob is going to use his hand as a raise here. Didn't really mention that as an option, but it's a pretty good one. The reason I didn't mention it as an option is the Queen is going to hit the under the guns opening range a lot. He's got a lot more big nutted hands than we do in the big blind, so I didn't expect to see him check raise there. He does win a nice pot. Hendrik going to open here with the ladies under the gun +1 off 21 bigs or so, 22 even. Basso on the butt with 10-8 of clubs. Could use this as a 3-bet. Might want to just call and see a flop in position. Basso is going to go for the more aggressive route here, 3-betting to 475 Going to go back onto Hendrick. He's going to get the bad news when Hendrick just 4-bet rips it in his face. Ricardo will waste no time in folding, and nice pick up there for Hendrick. Going to add 725k to his stack uncontested. Scamps asked, how many starting stacks does Ricardo have? A lot. I believe it's a 50k starting stack. Usually is in these huge main events. So that's a lot of stacks. Scamp says about 212, not too bad, no. I was trying to work it out. I was going to do some quick maths, but then I was like, how do I divide that much into that? Yeah, that makes about sense. That makes sense, all right. So 2 million should be what? 2 and then times 5. Yeah, I think you're right there, Scamps. That's a lot of cheddar. He's been running the show for the most part over the last 4 hours and 20 minutes or so. Jacob raising to 210. Frank 3-betting to 465. Going for it here with the ace blocker on the button. Cut off against button. And Jakob with a really nice hand to see a flop, but even if he is out of position for this price. So here we go, folks. Does call for the 255 more. Ace 9-6 is the flop. He's out of position. Jakob, not much he can do. Frank, does he want to bet this one or check back for deception? Instead, Frank going for a bet of about 380,000 here. Does get the Jack 10 out of there. Nice pickup for the Ace 8. Queen 5-3 is the flop here, and Gregor can take this one down. Top pair, top kicker. Lund had some backdoors working for him. Decided against it. Decided against continuing. So the Kings just taking down the blinds and antes. Lund in the cutoff here with the King Jack, and Gregor with the Queen Jack of Diamonds on Ace 10 Deuce. Really nice amount of equity here for the Queen Jack of Diamonds. Lund betting 275. So bet at 275 in the call, and the turn is the Jack of Clubs. The spades hits the river. Lund with the best hand. Both players will be happy to get the showdown. And Lund will be happy to scoop that one. Also taking down the blinds and antes there with the Ace Queen. Pocket tens raising to 225. And Frank is going to let his hand go in the big blind. Tens will just take that one down. And the 7-6 of spades will take that one down from the button. Oscar with 5 bigs is your clear short stack at the moment. Basso still comfortable with over 100 bigs. A new player at the table, Jorgen Lund, with 71 bigs, finds himself in second place. Not too far behind the chip leader now, Gregor, third place with 61. Frank with 37. Florm with 35, and Hendrik with 27, and Jakob with 18. A lot of chips at this feature table. If you're just joining us on this Monday evening, you're watching the Euro Poker Millions. It's the 2 million edition main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. €590 buy-in, 3.2 million in the prize pool almost, with a whopping, and I mean whopping, $500,000 for the winner. 6-4-3 is the flop here. 2 hearts. Hendrick against Basso. Hijack against the big blind. 850 in the pot now. Basso a top pair on the turn. Hendrick with the flush draw. Also going to bet 450. And for Hendrick, this smacks the big blind's perceived defending range on the flop here on the 6-4-3 more so than the opening range from the hijack, but he is just going to let it go. Showing the power of the big stack. Basso going to take that one down with a bet. Florin raising to 200k here with the pocket nines, and Hendrick in the small. More late position action. Hendrick is going to 3-bet this one. I was going to say some players might just straight up rejam this from the small. Let's go for a 3-bet of 650. I'd like to see Florin just straight up 4-bet rip here. His hand is going to play best as a rip. Some players might call in position. But these hands like 7s, 8s, and 9s can be vulnerable in these scenarios. There's a lot of merit in just 4-bet rip and take it down right here, right now. Does eventually 4-bet rip, and Hendrick is going to waste little time getting rid of his ace-9 offsuit, and that's a really nice pickup for the 9s. Uncontested pre-flop. We do have an all-in call. Oscar shoving in for his last 5 bigs from under the gun with 10-6 suited. Maybe a little bit light, considering the blinds and the big blind's going to hit him the following hand. Does have 2 pair here. Wow, what a horrible river. Depending on what way you look at it, Oscar has been eliminated on the 9-6-3 flop. Looking good for him. Turn giving him 2 pair, but the river giving Gregor a better 2 pair. We lose another player. Look at the action we've got developing here, folks. We've got a min raise with the A6 of diamonds. Queens for Lund, going to 3-bet to 525 on the button. Gregor is going to call from the small. All players relatively deep here. It's 325 more for Frank to call. He might feel compelled getting about 5-1. In general, I don't really like calling here. Way prefer to have something like ace-4, ace-5 suited than the ace-6, ace-7 and ace-8 offsuits or suited combinations. What a flop it is for the ace-6 flopping 2 pair. Frank betting 655 here with the bottom 2. Problem is, it's going to be hard for him to get paid here. The reason he is going for such a large sizing is his opponents could easily have a hand like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, and even though we do block that, he doesn't want to run the risk of losing out on value. We could see queens and jacks just go straight into the muck here, and they do. Basso going to complete his option here in the small blind with 10-9 of hearts, and Jakob is going to check his option with 8-6 off suit. That'll be the end of that. Not much to speak about there. Frank getting a walk with the King 8 off suit. Fold all the way around to the small blind. Frank with ace-3 of diamonds. Pocket fours will defend in the big. King 6 is the flop. Frank checks. Turn is the 5 of spades. 850 out there now. Florin is going to bet, and it's for protection / value. Denying equity. It does get called by Frank. This pot now over $1 million as we hit the river. River is the 10 of spades. And Florin will just win that one by checking back on the river. ZCW King just getting around to the chat there again. Says, man must be cold. Man's not up. Jakob is just going to go straight rip here for 15 bigs with Jack 10 off suit and the cut off. I prefer to use this as a min raise. Maybe if we're suited. It's just quite a large jam. We'll get the job done. There's people asking about a break there earlier in the chat. Well, the break is going to be in a couple of hands' time. I hope you're enjoying the show. Lots more levels and lots more action to come tonight. Three-do suited is going to check. And top pair going to check it back on the King 9-6 board. Florin is going to bet 250 on the turn and take it down. So folks, 2 more hands before the break. Jacob raising to 225 and Frank 3-betting to 580. Jackson is going to be back on Jacob. Does 4-bet, rip it in. And Frank's just going to be forced to let this one go. Going to save a bit of face here. Maybe about 12 big blinds more. I think he's just stalling a bit too much now at this point. Here's 12 big blinds more for him to call, but represents nearly a third of his stack. Does eventually let it go. That means we only have one hand left before the break, folks. Really nice pickup there for the Jacks. So Hendrik is just going to shove 13 bigs from the cutoff. That's going to do it, folks. We are going on a break. Go get yourself some dinner. I know I will be. And I will see you all right back here in just a few moments. My apologies. Looks like we are going to run one more hand. We will have some form of a change of table when we get back after the break. Jakob probably going to put a stop to this. We make a large raise. It's a very large raise of 1.1 million. Right, folks, that's going to do it. We're going on a break for 30 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come from the Euro Poker Millions main event, day 3, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. We'll be right back.
No.
8, 4, 4. And now Babo 33% equity to double up. Oh no, it's the 10 of clubs on the turn. How unlucky for Vittorio.
Way too passive.
Check back all the way.
Yeah, definitely a bet in the river, man. I think, like, I understand the flop check back and the turn check back on the queen, especially from a small blind call caller. I understand I understand like the fact that he might not have went for more than 2 streets, but man, once that checks back down to the river there when you're in position, you have to go for a bet with ace-2 there. I get the kicker issue, but like, man, you have to bet just for 1 street there. You'd be surprised what might call. And if you get folds, then so what? It's just like you still have to bet that hand there. It's like not even up for debate in my opinion.
Check flop, bet turn, and then check river, I think is the best, because we get that value from our opponent having a hand that contains a queen after the flop goes check check. And I think that if you break down what their calling range there is from the small, it's going to contain those hands like king queen, queen jack suited, queen 10 suited, maybe queen 9 is a little bit of a stretch, but all those combos.
I think even like double checking back flop and turn, man, to you know, even get called by sometimes something worse. I'm not saying that might happen, but I think it's way more likely that you'll get called by any pair if you check it down to the river with the ace-2 as an example. I definitely agree. Bet and turn to check back river, Or if you check back flop, check back turn, you have to go for value on the river. You just have to.
Yeah. We've got action. Gianfranco finds himself with 10 big blinds, forced to shove the king queen of diamonds from the hijack, standard stuff. And this is going to be a super standard rejam here from Dennis on the button. Gianfranco very unlucky to run into the top of Dennis's range here. Bing bang boom, he is all in. The fella all in, the other fella. And we could be losing Gianfranco. He's not going to have too much equity to survive here. Ross, GTO, 3TO as the commentator.
Yeah, I think I might kind of bugged out for a little bit, man.
Oh.
For a little bit.
Whoa.
Whoa, indeed.
Oh, dear. Now, right, here's my thoughts on this. With 2 all-ins in front of us, you make an argument for folding. Because the club was for 10 big, the rejam for about 15. We're about half our stack here, but Jack's going to play very well against these all in and the rejam range. The only thing is with the icing considerations, it could be what would appear to be a very tight fold. Because we have over 5 million here, it might be better to just let this one go. I would definitely be folding 8s, 9s, and 10s. But again, the Jacks plus thing, Alan, do we just want to go for it here?
I mean, I don't know how many times this spot is ever going to come up, bro, where folding jacks is going to be a good play. I don't think I would get away from this, man. I think if you do have the 8s, 9s, and 10s, it's kind of the cusp of like one or the other. But I don't think we can fold jacks. No, I don't think so.
Neutral says you call with Jack. I think Jacks plus here. Now, if it was for any more, I think I'm just letting Jacks go. I would like that made.
Mate, this is a huge pot.
Made known. This is massive. 7 million and change in this pot. Vittorio. And the other thing is, this is so nice for Vittorio because he's getting a fake flip here in a way because they're blocking each other's hands. So he's still getting a fake flip's not the right terminology there, but you get me. There's extra outs gone. So it's 41% equity. Oh, what a spot this is for Vittorio and his Jeffries. Gianfranco with 15% equity to stay in the tournament. Dennis with 25% to stay in this tournament. This could be a double elimination, the first hand back or second hand back. Oh, it's a king of kings. Oh, dear.
Nasty.
And now he needs a Jeffrey. And it doesn't arrive. That's very sad. It looked like Vittorio was going to get through. Oh, what a painful situation. We lose Gianfranco in 7th place, and it has to be said he's going to be very disappointed with that finish, considering how well he was playing yesterday. A bit reckless at times, but some spicy, entertaining action from him nonetheless, and that's what we love on this channel. So kudos to him. Put his balls out on the table yesterday in a few spots, and I love it. Great to see him get such a nice result. And yes, he will be very disappointed, but maybe with a score of nearly 40k, including a 10k ticket, we'll be very happy.
I think it was like blind v blind. Vittorio limped the queen 9, and I forget who was in the big blind, but they had ace king suited either way, bro. On the isolate, Vittorio calls, flop came like jack 8, sorry, jack 9 4, something like that. Flop went check check, 8 of diamonds on the turn, which gave Christian obviously the 2 overs on the flush draw. But I really liked Vittorio's bet on the turn, man. He went for a block sizing on the turn with the queen 9. And obviously ace king has to call with the flush draw, the 2 overs, etc. But I think the river was a brick again, man. And I really liked Vittorio's bet size. And he bet like, I don't know, 500k into maybe 3 million or something like that. And we do have a call here. Other than that, yeah, Christian decided to fold the river. But I really like the 2 sizes by Vittorio, both turn and river in that hand exactly.
He's impressed us about 4 or 5 times now, Alan. And he's set to eliminate Babo here 62% of the time. 4 in the window, but an 8 also. Babo now 4-1 favourite to double up, back up to almost 10 big blinds. Until the turn.
No.
Well, it's good for you. He's your boy. Oh my God,
No.
he hits the river.
Brilliant. Brilliant hand.
Wow. Yeah, that seems like Vittorio is... Maybe someone's had a chat with him on one of the breaks or something. He's really upped his game. Goes back to what I was saying earlier about having a team behind you. Yeah, well, that was a bad run out for him. He would have eliminated a player, got the guts of a 20 grand pay jump. Well, from 60k all the way to 73.5, 13.5, 14,000. As I keep saying, a lot of your work is done here. Obviously, the biggest pay jumps are about to come. But I mean, in terms of your ICM, if you're one of the shortest stacks, you don't want to be busting before the other fella, but it might be a great opportunity to just raise call with a hand as strong as ace jack there.
Yeah, I can see the merit to it.
No skills says Dave's hot chicken totally wrecked once he was on a dinner break. Being wrecked by more carby meals at these hotels and places, and buffets, whatever, takeaways, Domino's late at night. They all add up. Sitting at the table and you can't even think straight, let alone sit straight. Vittorio raising the minimum here with the kings, and Babo. Oh my God, he's picked ill timing.
Missed timing. Big time.
Missed
Big
timing
step.
here from Babo. Good timing here for your man Vittorio. 7 million in this pot. This is a huge pot for this tournament. Vittorio looking cool as a cucumber. His work is done. There's nothing he can do. He is the one standing up and away when it's Babo, the one at risk.
No.
8, 4, 4. And now Babo 33% equity to double up. Oh no, it's the 10 of clubs on the turn. How unlucky for Vittorio.
He stands up and stretches.
There's nothing he can do. Can't get lucky on the river, and Babo fist bumping now. I really feel for Vittorio there.
Well, that puts a dent in my odds.
That might decide to check raises, stuff like that.
Yep.
We also have a heart in our hand, which is nice.
Defo.
Christian with ace king suited. What a hand to pick up here, four-handed.
Vittorio in the big blind. Think he just wants to be rejamming this one. Standard stuff. Will rejam is of course going to get snap called, and your buddy's at risk for the third time here. Well, sorry, the first time he wasn't at risk.
At risk now, though. Definitely.
Flop is Queen 7-7. Vittorio needing help and needing it quick. He is a 4-1 dog here as we hit the turn. Turn does give him a diamond. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Is there another twist in the tail to be had here as we hit the river? Almost 7 million in the pot. River is the 9 of spades. He cannot do it. Vittorio has been eliminated in 4th place. What a run for the youngster.
Oh.
I don't know. He's not that young, but young enough. He's ran out of the building, it looks like.
Bit strange.
Oh, yeah, he's not happy, and I don't blame him. That king's costing him serious amount of cheddar, Alan. Like,
yeah,
I don't know how much. We can work it out later. I don't want to disclose that kind of information. It could be it's 50 G's they're dealing with.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's worth a bit. That's enough in itself, just to say that. You smashed the glass on the way out, man.
Oh no. I think now, so we're going to go on a 5-minute break here. These guys are just going to take a tiny little breather before three-handed play will commence. Don't go anywhere. This has just been exhilarating. 11 million playing close to 9, playing close to 7.2, playing 8.6 with the chip leader out in front with 45 bigs with 11.2 million. I will see you all in a few moments.
Yeah, first of all, I'm really sorry for what I've done. Was very out of myself, and no, it's the first time because it's quite the biggest final table of my life, so it's very bad. It's difficult to accept because I think I played good poker, and so when you go showdown, you're very favorite, and you lost in such a situation, it's difficult to control, but I apologize, and yeah, I have just a good end to reshove, and I just reshoved and it went wrong. For sure the end that I've lost with the Kings versus Queen 8 or Queen 7 suited, I think. And that was very important because if I win that end, I'm chip leader, close to chip leader, and we are 3 left instead of 4. So it's a pay jump, chip leading, and very important end. So that's the most important, I think. Yeah, I play professionally, so I used to study in a group. And now I'm studying by myself, doing my thing, my stuff, and yeah, it's going good. I like my life. I like this game, but sometimes could be very, very cruel, and we accept it.
Straight first draw.
So easy.
Straight first draw.
Full house. Eight of spades. What's straight flush?
Seven of spades. Seven of spades, I say seven. I stay calm, baby.
You get champagne from the casino.
Yeah.
You have a spade?
Yeah, but he has straight flush.
Ah oui, oh. Ouais, j'ai pas vu.
T'as pas vu la quête flush?
Non.
Fait mal la quête flush.
Never easy.
Et je te jure, je me dis, ouais, il joue pas le set de pique.
Il joue tout lui. Il joue des foules, il joue des couleurs. Il... Wow.
I don't want to fly. I stay to see that this come is straight, I hope.
You're in trouble now, pal. The Ukrainian bulldog.
Who really has been kind of quiet, dormant, let's call it, for the most part. Did play that ace-deuce against Sai. Flop 2 pair, got counterfeited on the turn, got away from it on the end versus a very meaty bet. Here he is with this king-queen. And he's got Deset's queen-9 in a bad way. First involvement we're seeing from Andre. And this is going to be a troublesome flop when we've got 1.4 million back. Top pair, 550 in the middle, 200K bet.
Yeah, this SPR against this opponent as well. I mean, this feels like an inevitable end of the road, perhaps, for Andrzej, unless he can find a safe turn or... No, he's check raising.
Come on.
Check raised for a third of his stack. Queen 7-3, 2 spades, only 1-9 left in the deck.
Volkov would hate to lose a customer here if he were to put the rest on request now. I think the flat here and allow Deset maybe to put the rest in there would be a safer path to ensuring that you're going to get the spin for all of it.
I like where your head's at. In theory, that makes a lot of sense. I think if we're a bit deeper, with Deset putting in 500 of his 1.4, I wouldn't fault Volkov for thinking, okay, let's just run it. This guy is never folding. Queen 9 may actually still hit the muck here if he goes all in, but he's got to side with you, Ali, and just give Deset as much rope as possible, perhaps with like a 6-4 or 5-4 type holding.
I think Volkov has already decided that he's ready to play for the rest, regardless of how the board develops. So the flat here isn't really of any consequence in terms of, you know, texture changing in some way undesirably for the king-queen.
Let's have a look. 1.6 outlet.
Everything all right?
On a 10K ladder. Yeah, it's like a hiccup mid-sentence.
You might be experiencing indigestion of the type that Deset soon rates to be experiencing himself if those two little words cross his lips.
I think given that we're on a 10K ladder, he's going to leave a chip behind. If he does kind of go for all of it. Wow.
So the all-in does come in. Volkov makes the call, and devastation will be that which ensues for Deset unless a 9 is found.
Case 9 needed.
Good luck, guys.
Upside down variety on the end. Brisk GG And a walk over to the rail to his camp.
Two chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
400,000 euro pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 K or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Klezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace-x and jack-x.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this feature table.
Did you just get water? Did you just get water? To drink water.
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Can I get the 1 still water and 1 sparkling
Early.
water, please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klezis now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realize, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace jack.
Oh, if we're going to bet turn to then snap fold, a self-inflicted wound.
Welcome back, folks. Hope you've had a nice break, got some dinner, or whatever's clever. Small blind is now 60k. Big blind is now 120k. With 120k running big blind ante, that's 60, 120, 120. We've got a new lineup. We have Florian in seat 1, Bando in seat 2, Alessio Albore in seat 3, Bishop in seat 4, Lina in seat 5, Dario Filippelli in seat 6, and João de Oliveira in seat 7. I believe that Lina, of course, is a screen name, not the legend himself who just got third in the World Series of Poker main event. Richie says, good evening, Dan the man. Greetings from the Netherlands. Good man, Richie. Nice to have you with us. Lina flopping a set. It's going to be difficult to call him Lina now when he's not the real Lina. Maybe we'll just call him Len. So we have Denmark, Portugal, Germany, Italy, all being represented at this feature table. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's day 3 of the €590 Euro Poker Millions main event edition, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. It's been a fun, action-packed day over the last 6 hours or so, and there's plenty more action to come. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 72 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 6,237. Alessio raising to 250. Bando going to call from the small with the ace-queen offsuit. Bando very deep here, playing about 10 million to start the hand. King 6 deuce is the flop. Alessio will bet 200k here with his top pair. Bando going to call. Standard stuff so far. We see ace of hearts on the turn, giving Bando top pair, queen kicker. And the turn is going to go check, check pretty quickly, and the river is the king of spades. Alessio now with the trips. Bando going to bet 225. This is like a blockerish type sizing / value bet, and Alessio just deciding how much to raise to. Does he ever just want to call? I presume he's going to raise. Wants to make it something about 700 or 800k here, maybe 725, something around that area. Goes for 775, and I like this sizing from Alessio. Excellent. Oh, looks like 750. Tough call for Bando to make, and he does release. Really nice pot there for Alessio. How are you doing from the Netherlands? Anyway, Richie, let us know in the chat. Greetings if you are just tuning in, whether it be YouTube or Twitch. Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Zhao is just going to shove 15 bigs pretty much from the hijack. I would way prefer to raise call a hand as strong as Ace King. And he will take down the blinds and antes. Richie says on Twitch, and I hope someday I meet you at Kings. Yeah, here's hoping, Richie. Hope you're having a nice summer. There is a pay jump looming as well, folks. 72nd place. Current payout is €3,550. Next payout will be €4,150. Difference of nearly a buy-in there. Something to be aware of. Brando raising to 250. King Jack off suit in the cutoff. Takes down the blinds and antes. Average stack is still over 5 million, so loads and loads of chips at this feature table. Just look at some of the sizes of these chip stacks. This guy playing almost 100 bigs as well. Florian raising to 260 with 10-8 of hearts. Lena three betting to 825 from the small with ace 10 of spades, and Florian is going to see a flop. The flop is 765 1 heart. Lena going to bet 550. Backdoor spades. We're just going to call him Len. I'll probably just keep saying Lena though. It's a tricky one. 657. Lena with the backdoor spades. Go with his ace high here. He's going to bet 550. And for Florian, he's got open ender and an overcard. Could just rip it here. Lena only has 15 bigs or so behind. Florian raising to 2.375 mil. Good enough to get Lena to release. Jacks are just going to rip here from the hijack. I prefer to use this again in our raise call range. Bando going to raise the 250 from early position. Jack's just going to take it down. Dario, King 9 of hearts. Forced to let it go. Gregor calling. Ace King 8 is the flop. Bando bets 180. And Gregor calls. Turn is the 4 of hearts. So that's a very interesting card. Bando picking up a flush draw. And a good shot straight draw. I think we want to continue firing here. Doesn't have to go too small. About 2/3 pot seems good to me. Even anywhere around $1 million. That's a lot smaller than I expected. 550 is the bet. But it is enough to get Gregor to fold. Strong enough hand there. Hearts out there, diamonds out there. Richie asked him, I'm in Ireland, Richie. Florian is your chip leader, 112 bigs. Bando in second place with 87. Alessio with 44. Gregor with 42. Bishop with 30. Dario Filippelli with 17. Len with 15. And Zhao with 15 also. And Nixie says how many are left. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen there are 72 players remaining. There's a pay jump of about a buy-in between 72nd and 71st place. Len will take it down with the Jack 10 offsuit. As Gian Lu says, Dario Filippelli, classical boss. Don't know much about that. Total live earnings for Dario is $8,667. Leader raising to 250 with the King Jack off suit. Off about 17 big blinds. I'm going to raise the 250. Bando calling in the big blind. Queen 10 of diamonds. Flop is Queen Jack 5, 2 diamonds. Turn is the ace of clubs. That's a bet of 170k. River is the 8 of diamonds. Bando now with a flush. Nice river for him. To be fair, he was ahead all the way. That may be pre. Bando going to bet 350. We'll take it down. Mary's Queen raising to 275 from under the gun, and Zhao in the cutoff here. Pocket sevens. Bando calling from the small with Jack 8 of clubs. Dario wondering if he could call with King 7 offsuit, but I don't think so. Lets it go, so we get three-way action to the flop. from the king. Queen 10 flop, 2 clubs. Bet of 250 from Gregor. Bando going to call. Got a lot of equity. Basically a post-flop coin flip. And that's an interesting turn card, but 1.5 million in the pot now. Bando with the flush, but Gregor with the nut flush draw to go with his pair. River is the 5 of spades. Bando just wondering how much he can bet for value. I think again, wants to go on the chunkier side, get paid by a king, especially when the board pairs on the river. Just go for a bet of 475, and Gregor, wasting no time, will call him off. Nice value bet there from Bando. Now playing 12.4 million. Orient raising to 275 in the cutoff at 10-4 of clubs, and Grigor is going to call in the big blind 8-7 of clubs. Just want to see clubs from the big blind. There is an 8 out there. King 9-8. Bit of a loose open here by the cutoff, by the way, but when you've got that much chips in a tournament like this, you can really put them to work. I'll quickly go and check 1.2 million in this pot. And Gregor with the best of it. Florian might try to take this away from his opponent on the river. He blocks the straight. He only has 10 high. Sure, he could get an 8 to fold, maybe even a 9 to fold. Maybe a queen folds occasionally. Hard to get a king to fold, of course. And I like this sizing, going for 800k. FL says, is there any way to see which players are left? I cannot find the live standings on the King Resort site. You get the start of the day chip counts, but unfortunately we only have information on this channel because we are only we're on a 30-minute delay, so we only have the info at our feature table. Don't know exactly who's left. You probably can find it on the website somewhere. Bando raising to 250 with ace 3 of spades. And he will raise and take it, and you're going to see a lot of raise and takes it with 70 remaining. And starting entry field size of over 6,000 players. 6,000 entries anyway. Pressure is on. Imagine getting this deep. You're midway through day 3. The opportunity to play for €500,000 up top tomorrow. Just incredible. Don't Rest says, genuine question, why doesn't the floor pick more talkative players for the TV table? Poker used to be more fun with table talk. Well, you see, it's done randomly. And a lot of these players are going to be concentrating a lot. A lot of these players remaining in a field of 6,237 won't have played for this kind of money before, so it will be chatty at times, but serious business out there at the moment. Don't Rest though. But I do understand where you're coming from. Alessio raising to 250 on the button, pocket tens, and Zhao in the big blind going to call the additional 130k. Not the biggest fan of this defend, especially when we are unsuited. Alessio taking that one down with a C-bet on the Queen 9-3. He's got a UFC jumper. I like to see that. I'm a big fan of the UFC, as you all know. Len will shove and take that one down with the jacks. Dario raising to 275, and look at this, Bishop with Ace King in the cutoff, 27 big blinds. So 69 players remaining now, and obviously that means the pay jump has increased, or the payout has increased. Bishop decides to just straight up rip. I think this is okay as well. I prefer the 3-bet call with a hand as strong as ace king though. Florian with 113 big blinds is your chip leader. Bando 104 in second place. It's incredible between the two of them. Over 120 big blind, 220 big blinds even. Lesio with 48 bigs, Bishop with 32, Gregor with 28, Dario with 15, Lem with 14, and Zhao is the clear short stack at this feature table with just 8 big blinds. Alessio with ace jack here facing the open from Len with the ace king. It is under the gun +1 against under the gun +2 action. Selena raising to 250. Alessio 3-betting to 600, and it's going to come back around to Len. He's going to be moving all in with this one. This combo, and Alessio is going to be priced in, I would imagine. So Alessio looking for an exact amount more. It's 1.1 million. This looks so strong, you might just let it go. Yes, it's only 10 big blinds more, and we've invested about 5, but it is early position against early position. I'm not sure what you think about this one in the chat. He's not going to have a very wide range here. It's going to be pretty condensed. And although I'm not in the habit of 3-bet folding off this stack size when they come over the top, I feel like if this is thought about for long enough, you should probably just let it go. This is going on for quite some time now. Alessio, 42 big blinds, be 10 more from to call, a little bit less, closer to 9. That's a pretty solid laydown. Lena was definitely trying to talk him into calling there. No pair, no draw, says Lena, clearly trying to talk him into a call. Matt may say call, but his hand is almost too good, like Jack 10 suit will play better than Ace Jack off suit. Yeah, I agree with that. Very good point. Zhao all in from the hijack, pocket sevens. Yeah, if you had like a 9-10 suited or a Jack 10 suited, I mightn't bother 3-betting with those hands pre, but if we did, I get what you're saying. No pair, no draw. Good analysis. That's why you're in the executive committee, sir. Florian raising to 275. Lena calling Queen Jack against Queen 4. Queen 4 suited. Flop goes check, check, and the turn is the Queen of Spades. Florian going to bet 300k. And Lena not going to be going anywhere on this turn card yet. Just 300k to call, $1 million in the pot. Let's see a river. We'll check on the 5 of spade river. Florian going to bet 250, and for this price, I don't think Lena can fold. Perhaps if Florian had gone for a larger sizing, wasn't giving Lena 6-1. Does pay him off. We'll get the bad news, and Florian wins a nice pot. Now playing 14.5 million, force to be reckoned with. Pernod Draw says, you think any pocket pair would have been a call there for those odds, or is there a cutoff somewhere in the range of 7s to 8s? Well, I don't know if we're even meant to be 3-betting an early position raiser with 7s and 8s when we're in early position ourselves. I just think the ranges are even more condensed than that. No pair, no draw. Gonna go raise to 260. Seen a lot of ace king this frame. Bando with kings, going to raise 250. Bishop is going to call out his big blind with 4 deuce of clubs. Wow, what a flop this is. 2 pair for Bishop, outflopping the kings of Bando. And let's see what happens here. Bando could lose a lot of chipoladas. Starting off, just want to bet small, somewhere about 200k, 225, 250. Goes for 250. And look at this turn card. 1.18 million in the pot, guys. Bando now has a set, and Bishop will still think he's going to have the best hand here the majority of the time. A lot of straight draws on board, a lot of flush draws on board. And bing, bang, boom, just like that. Bishop decides to try protect his 2 pair. Pretty sick the way this one has gone down. River is the jack of spades, and we will lose another player. Bishop has been eliminated in 67th place. Bando will scoop a very large pot and is now playing 136 big blinds. What a turn card that was for Bando. Getting unlucky there with his opponent flopping 2 pair. Turn card saving him. Alan F. Poker is in the house, says hello. Hello, Alan. What's happening, mate? Nice to have you with us. No pair, no draw, says, oof, 2-4 strong. Wow, 2-4 not so strong. This has to be GG, right? Not quite GG, mate. Look at this. Lena shoving over the top of Gregor. Gregor raising to 250. I'm going to shove him with the Queen Jack of clubs for 1.575 mil. And that poker says, how are things, mate? Not so bad, Alan. How are you? Are you still under the weather? Have you still got the dreaded COVID? Alan F. Poker says he's a lot better now, thank you. What do you think it is for a tournament, Alan? I know you're a cash game player. 66 remaining, $500,000 for first, 6,237 entries, €590 buy-in. Where else would you get it? All under one roof. Of course, it's the King's Resort in Rosvedov. That's what you're watching if you're just tuning in. Lena going to take that one down. Get the best of it on the flop. Six-five deuce is the flop here. Small blind against big blind. Florian with the best of it. Lando with ace high. Flop goes check, check. Turn is the king of clubs. Florian bets 120k and takes it down. Alessio Albor is going to get jiggy with it here with the A5 offsuit. Don't try this one at home. Very wide open here from the hijack. He's definitely a good player. He's got total live earnings of 321,000. So watch out. Be one of the most accomplished at this feature table. Don't know a whole lot about a lot of these players. That's to be expected in a field of this magnitude, this size. Incredible. Get this far in the first place. Jack 6-4 is the flop, all hearts. Eight of spades hits the turn. $1.3 million in the pot. Florian going to check back with his sevens, will lose to Alessio's 8-5 and he'll have to show the table. So that information is out there now that he's opening as wide as 8-5 offsuit in the hijack. This could create some interesting dynamics. Brando with 134 bigs, Florian with 116, Alessio with 47, Gregor with 26, Lena with 21, Dario with 11, and Zhao is the shortest stack with 8 big blinds. Being raised to 330 with ace nine of spades. Bando, no, that's very, very tight. Don't like this from Bando. It's going to be too good of a hand. We've got 100 big blinds. We're on the button. Having said all that, though, it looks very strong. Lena opening off 15 bigs into a full table here. So maybe it is just an awesome fold. I just wanted to see some action there. Surely we can call at the very least. Blinds are up. Small blind is now 80k. Big blind is now 160k with 160k running big blind ante. That's 80, 160, 160. Zhao going for it here from early position with the ace-7 off suit. Might just let this go. I'm not sure exactly how many players he's into, but if he's into 6, we want to be a bit tighter here. Zhao will take that one down. Shao all in with ace king here from under the gun for 1.4 million, and it's going to go all the way around to Alessio. Let the queen 5 offsuit go. 64 players remaining now. Current payout is €4,150. Dario all in for 1.1 with the king queen off suit, and Gregor is going to call from the cutoff. So we do have all in and call. And Gregor will eliminate Dario Filippelli. Run out the 8, 3, 5, ace, 6. No good for Dario. He has been eliminated. Gregor raising to 330. Ace 10 of clubs, and Alessio is going to call on the button with pocket 5s. We see flop heads up, 8-3 deuce. Alessio on the button with pocket fives and Gregor with the ace-10 of clubs. What a turn card that is, the 5 of diamonds. Alessio now with a set. Gives Gregor a straight draw to go with his ace high. No pair, no draw. Says, I hate when my work day interrupts my stream watching. Don't we all no pair, no draw? Don't we all? New player at the table. With his shout, going to shove from the button with ace-10 off suit. Two new players coming in. Thomas will be in seat 1, playing nearly 9 million. And Jakob Tirian will be playing 1.8 in seat 2. There's no pair, no draw. Says working from home, so can't really complain about that. One great thing COVID gave this world, companies realised that decent employees can be just as productive at home as they are in the office and tend to be happier overall. Very well put, no pair, no draw. Good comment. And on small here, Jack 9 off suit will complete his option, and Gregor will check with the ace deuce. And he will take that one down. The ace king tree.
diamonds off. 8 pass. 1 good pass. Four raise, 330. 6 pass.
Brando raising to 330 and Lena with the Queen 8 of diamonds. Looks like that's a rejam. Interesting stuff here. You wouldn't normally see these combos get rejammed. Sometimes they do all right, but with 60 odd players remaining in a main event like this, I expected to see him just call. Brando going to be forced to let the ace-6 offsuit go. They're over with the King Queen offsuit, raised to 330k. And Alessio is going to call in the big with ace-9 offsuit. Check from Alessio and top pair. I'm going to start by betting that it's 400k. Alessio betting 465, and Gregor is going to call the 465. $2.6 million in this pot now as the 6 of diamonds rolls off on the river. I wonder how much value Alessio thinks he can extract here from his opponent. Like the pot ratio is less than 1-to-1. Perhaps going for a sizing of around 1/3 to 40% pot is best. It looks like what he arrives at. 830k is the bet into 2.6. Excuse me. Alessio, 245 to call. Bando bumping it up here at 9-7 suited. Ace King 8 is the flop 3 ways, and Alessio with the best of it here. Just check over the Bando. I'm not going to bet 380. Alessio calls, of course. 1.8 million in this pot now as we hit the turn. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Bet of 875 from Bando. I guess this is designed to target some weak King X his opponent might have. Maybe even get him to fold a weak ace by the river. Definitely gets rid of an 8 now. It looks like Bando will give up, and I think that's good. He fires flop, fires turn, decides enough's enough, checks it back on the river. And as for Alessio, wins another nice pot, fast approaching 10 million. So there is an update. The chip counts: Bando with 85 bigs, Florian with 84, Alessio with 61, Thomas with 53, Lena with 18, Gregor with 15, and Zhao with 11. Is your shortest stack at this feature. And we have all in and call, big bang boom, just like that. Zhao is at risk and behind with ace queen off suit against Alessio's ace king. Queen 10-9 is the flop. That's not a good start for Alessio. But that's a great turn card, the king of spades. The river is the 10 of clubs, and Zhao has been eliminated after what looked to be promising there on the flop. Wasn't to be, and we do lose another player, and that means 60 players remaining now. Bird is in the house, says sorry for being late. Don't apologise, Bird, it's all good. Says subscribe with Prime, they've subscribed for 18 months. And Fear asks, can you see which people are left and the stacks they have? No, just the start day chip counts as far as I know, unless Bird can correct me on that one. Don't think we have live updates there. I just have information on the feature table itself with 58 players remaining now. How are you keeping, Bird? What's been happening, buddy? Florian is going to complete his option in the small blind with ace-4 of clubs and Bando with king-5 of hearts in the big. Queen-5 deuce is the flop. Bando betting 160, getting called. Turn is the jack of spades. Bando most likely wants to check this one back. Does check, we're off to the river. The river is the jack of hearts. Florian is going to bet 600k here. Diamonds miss, spades miss. Perhaps this is just a value bet, or can get a deuce to fold, maybe even a 5. But Bando does sniff this one out. I wonder if he thought he could get paid by worse, or did he just use it as a bluff? Some players would just bet there to get called by ace high. I suppose he go into check call mode, so he obviously thought his opponent might fold a 5 there. Alessio raising to 325. King 8 of diamonds. Thomas going to get creative here with an 8-6 suited in the cutoff, 3-betting to 810k. Starting to see these players open up their games a bit more. There's a lot at stake, of course, 57 remaining now. Thomas raising to 320. King Jack off suit. So deuces for Gregor in the small blind, and Thomas under the gun +1 with King Jack off suit. King 5-7 is the flop 2 clubs. If he would bet and take that one down. Thomas Crowback has a total live earnings of 167,000, so bear that in mind. He is from the Czech Republic. Eat, Sleep, Gamble, Repeat says Benelli still in. I have no idea. Just have information about the feature table itself. And Alessio seems to really be putting the foot down there on the small blind, shoving an 8-4 off suit. These two, like a good tangle. Alessio betting 300k on the Jack 10-3 2 diamond flop. He's got a good shot straight draw, and Thomas isn't going to continue. This guy being quite aggressive, as you would expect with all those chips. Remember, I googled him. He doesn't have much of a hand in mob. Actually, That's not correct. That was the other player. He actually does have total live earnings of 321,596. I was thinking he's playing pretty well. There's someone else at the table there with 20k in earnings. So Julien opening and Jakob re-jamming with the ace-king off suit. And Julien has 84 bigs, and it's exactly 10 big blinds, it looks like, total. It's very close for him. He does decide to call. Two, three, four is the flop. Jakob 85% favorite now as we hit the turn, but Julien hits a jack. Now it's Jakob in serious trouble as we hit the river, but he gets there with the 5 of diamonds. Obviously, surprise around the corner of kings. Jakob will double up to 22 big blinds. Bando with 91 bigs is your chip leader at this table. And Alessio and Julien and Florian all with 77 big blinds apiece, and Thomas with 58, Jakob with 22, Dina with 13, and Gregor with 11 is your shortest stack at this feature table. What a day it's been so far for the EPM main event. Day 3 here live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Exhilarating stuff, and it's far from over yet. The scamp says a roller coaster hand. Yes, we hadn't had too many of those. It has been very much a battle of attrition for most of the day. Thomas taking that one down from the button with 9-7 off suit. Alessio raises the 350 in the hijack with ace-9 off suit. Alessio taking down the blinds and antes. All the way around to Bando in the small blind. Bando will complete his option, and Julien with the ace-10 off suit is going to bump it up in the big blind. King 4-3 is the flop. Bet at 285 will take that one down. It sounds like there was some commotion going on in the background there at Kings on this Monday night. Lesio raising to 325 with the 10-9 offsuit from early position and around to the big blind. 8-5 of hearts for Grigor, and he's going to let it go. So Grigor and Lena now 13-9 big blinds are the shortest at this feature. Jakob with 22, Thomas with 61, and then the rest are pretty healthy. Top four, they're all pretty evenly matched in chip stacks. 86, 82, 79, and 74. Bando with kings here in the cutoff, going to raise to 325. Eighth for Lena, and this could be disaster because Lena is going to be rejamming this one. There is a page on blooming as well, that's important to note, from €4,150 to €5,050. It's not really Lena's style to just call here. Suspect we will just see him rejam. He's going to get the bad news. He is talking to the table. Bando obviously snapping him off. We might have another elimination here. Lena's at risk, way behind. Jack 3 deuce 5 is the board Lena needing. that one remaining out in the deck. It is the 9 of spades. It does not arrive, and we will lose Lena. Bando will scoop. Now playing 15.845 million. Just shy of 100 big blinds. Folds around to the cutoff. Julien Pombier. Going to open to 360. So that's who I Googled actually. He's got total live earnings of only €27,214. Gregor is all in over the top. And Julien might feel like he's priced in here. It's not ideal, but it's only $1 million more. He's getting 2-1. Sub 10 bigs. King Queen going to take that one down, takes down the blinds and antes. We are just a couple of hands away from the next break, folks. I hope you're enjoying the show. Over 8 hours into the stream now. These players will be starting to get tired. They would need to keep their eyes on the prize. What an opportunity it is to bag and tag and come back and play for 500 grand tomorrow for the winner. 53 players still remaining. I believe we will be playing down to 24 players tonight, but it might even be further than that. Plenty more action to come yet. Alessio getting very aggro here, picking the wrong time. Mando with the kings raising to 325 and Alessio 3-betting to 900k. Apocalypse is in the house, says good evening guys and girls. What's up, Apocalypse? Bando is just going to call this 3-bet for 575 more. Ten, 7, 3, 1 heart is the flop. Alessio going about 1.5 million. Chunky sizing here. On the hand we have developing. Little does he know, Bando sitting there with the overpair. Surely just call is the move. Bando raising to 3.5 million. I don't really like this. You want your opponent to keep barreling, especially when they're on the button. You're out of position. Just makes more sense to call. Alessio gonna save some face here, but we can all see, unless he's got something crazy planned, this one's gonna have to go in the muck. He's in the tank for over a minute and a half now. Bondon out 19 million. Takes a chunk of change off Alessio. So folks, next hand will be the last hand before the break. Julien with the aces. King 8-7 is the flop. Florian with the pocket fours. He's going to bet 315, but with 3 overcards out there, Florian most likely just going to let this go on the King 7-8 2 hard flop. It does do just that. That means we're going on a 15-minute break, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for lots more action at the EPM main event. See you all in a few moments.
Ooh.
Here we go. Blind on blind against the action man. What, 13, 14 blinds and a monster.
This is a monster off of this stack of 13 blinds.
I guess we could raise it up.
I like a raise, but not all in, you know, say make you like 3 blinds or so. You want to charge the big blind to see free flops.
He's actually pretty unlucky from Sochi's point of view that no one's open before him, because this would be a lovely spot to get a jam in. Over and open, but as it is, he plays the hand he's dealt. Oh, and he's gone for the
There is a chance that Rajanovsky says, well, I've got an ace. It's blind versus blind. Let me just rip it in.
He
Which
has gone all in.
does. Trouble.
Rajanovsky's jam running into the 2-10s of Tochi. Of course, he is live with the over, as is often the case when you rip in an ace-x hand. One of those cards is going to be live, Randy.
Button to blazer.
Yeah. Glasses on or not for the all-ins, do we think?
Well, we do think that the 10s are good on this board.
5, 6, 7. A heart, a very bad card from him to see, reducing his outs to just the black aces. Tochi with a chance to get up to 1.4 million. That's what he's going to do. Very improbable from the 350k we saw him have a very short while ago. Now has quadruple that amount.
Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single raise pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 1.5 million.
I've been bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato, as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If it isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. This Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 60,
By Volkov. Up to 165. Now the Ducklings losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't. Considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Deep stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Oh, hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and...
What? What have we walked into?
I thought
Najad?
that the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was. Did you catch a glimpse of Shilko's glass, by the way? I don't think that's on offer here at King's. That may be a a personal receptacle there. That copper. Well, he's not working a Moscow Mule.
No.
Venti. Is he, or a mint julep?
It's the entire fit. He's got the Rolex Yacht Club polo shirt on. He's got the Breitling Aquamarine Super Ocean timepiece on his left wrist. You know, he's got the Triton scarf, copper flask. I dig it. He's trying to go for the old Dad's hedge fund is funding my poker career look. Don't believe me when I go all in kind of vibe.
Oh, we know differently. His talents are funding his poker career. 10-7 suited is funding the Hijack Open from Tabakaru. Oh, remember, 3-bet from the small, showed the ace-king, obviously looking to buy some table image. Ace-9 suited. We pause upon Kuru.
I don't know if you've sensed the shift in the pace of play as well as we head into the final 90 minutes or so. We've been at 46 for a while. They were dropping like flies when we came back in as Shilko in the small
Home TV, stream.
with the decision for 10 bigs. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Checking the itinerary.
245 already delivered, so this will be a spin. There's no world in which Kudu's going to release. But Shilko trying to put him on a range here. Hijack open, button 3-bet. When you have the ace-queen, you're focused more upon the 3-betters holding than the opener, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, the 3-better is on the button, playing around the same stack as the opener. Going to just be leaning into the perceived lighter open from the hijack. I think it's evenly split in terms of how worried we are about both players. Not an easy spot. Not an easy spot. I mean, he knows he has no fold equity, so he's always going to be spinning the wheel. It's whether he wants to go for it or not.
Everybody playing so slow.
Who just said that?
I didn't catch it. Maybe Benitez?
Oh, there we go. Comes to the right decision. Yeah, Benitez a bit uncalled for in my opinion. It's a 3-bet spot.
46 left, main event.
With action behind, like...
Minimum дамы. Минимум дамы. Не годится. I know. Никогда. Просто ты don't know about that. Здорово.
Well, comments aside, we're going to play for 760.
Look at the glance. Kura's giving it, by the way. Kind of just like... Hey, pal. Be careful who you make enemies of.
Paired flop, presenting opportunities for Kuru. Shilko. Nervy moments for his ace-queen, and the 9 on the turn. A dagger delivered to the Belarusian. Can he find a queen in turn on this river? That would be the only escape. And he cannot. No justice sometimes. Obviously, Shilko coming off of a massive victory at the PSPC. Doesn't have a whole lot to complain about, but that was a spot that deserved a bit better.
No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for side. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Tsai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by 2 black kings...
Just gonna be bang, bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been more apropos, but I know, yeah.
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Wow, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello.
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Hope you enjoyed your break. Small blind is now 100k. Big blind is now 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. $52 players remaining now. And Florian raising on the button with Queen 10 off suit. Well, Julien is going to call in the big with 8-7 off suit. Flop is 10-5-4. Top pair for Florian. Good shot, straight draw for the big blind. Apocalypse says before the break he's currently in the Shetland Islands. Wedding is in a week. Best of luck, mate. Wishing you all the happiness in the world. Hope it goes very well for you. Alessio with the min raise. Average stack still quite nice at 35 bigs or so. Or nearly 40. 35, 36. Almost. Trips for Alessio on that turn. And Gregor picks up a flush draw. And look at that, we've got all in and call very quickly. And Alessio in great shape to eliminate Grigor. Eight outs can make Grigor survive, otherwise we will lose another player. It is the 7 of clubs. Alessio off to a good start. Florian raising to 500k here with King Queen off suit. Under the gun +1. Apocalypse says he's getting married the 10th of August. Nice one. Fantastic love story there. Traveled to meet her after 20 years and he hit it off once more. Brilliant. Bando, ace king, under the gun +1. Julien 3-betting with King Queen off suit in the hijack to 1,075,000. Action back on Bando. Just depends. Does he want to try play for 60 bigs here, or is he just going to call? The sides are deep enough that he just wants to call. I think this is a fine option. So the flop comes 10-8-3. Bet a 625 and a call. Turn is the 6 of hearts. Nearly 4 million in his pot. Starting to get quite bloated. All standard enough so far. Les Bando wanted to 4-bet pre. Really interesting that Julian is going to continue here. I would have expected to see him slow down on this turn the majority of the time, but he has sniffed it out. Excellent stuff. But Bando, non-believer, was a smallish sizing. Want to see a river. Look at the size of this pot, folks. One of the more interesting hands we've seen in quite some time. 9 of clubs now. One would think that that would slow Julian down, but he did 3-bet pre, bet flop, and bet turn. Bando does check. And look at this, Julian is reaching. This is hand of the day, folks. What a bluff this is. I wasn't expecting to see this because Bando can have some 10x, some 9x, maybe even some 8x when he calls a 3-bet, although that's a bit less unlikely, a bit less likely. 27 now. It's a straight. That's also very unlikely. But Julian can have more of the 7x type holding or a hand like Jack Queen, and he does block the top end of the straight, so that's why you're seeing him betting 2.2 million. He's made it a sizing that looks pretty milky. Bando's talking to his opponent. Wow, he sniffed it out. That's an incredible call, guys. Look at that. Calls him with ace high. You don't see that every day. What a bluff. And what a call. Bando now playing 24.175 million. Smacks his cards over. Julian mucks. And that guy is someone who means business. Sensational stuff. Now, I've been watching this guy like a hawk. He's got loads of chips. He looks intense. Doesn't look like you want to be bluffing this fella. Doesn't open the ace-deuce suited, which I'm actually a bit surprised about. But look at this, we've got more action. Jakob is all in. Alessio calling the 425. Pocket tens and Julian sitting there with ace king. Well, he got serious action here. Jakob with the rejam. Julian with the rejam. Alessio Does he want to call off here with pocket tens for his tournament life? Well, it's not quite his tournament life, but a substantial portion of it. This is pretty sick. So +1. Small blind rejams. And Julian's over the top, putting the action back on Alessio. What do you think he's going to do in the chat here, folks? Is he going to call or fold? All vote now. This is a huge pot either way. I think I'd be leaning more towards folding the tens than calling. It all depends. You want to flip. Sometimes you're going to be behind. Rarely. Going to be up against 9s or 8s. We can see Jakob has 7s, of course. More on about Julian. Can have 8s and 9s, I suppose. That's a fold, folks. Bulls get away from the 10s. King in the window, followed by a queen and a 6. Jakob in big trouble to stay in this tournament. Julien set to have over 10 million once more. Best of 7 hits on the river. And there's only one that's not a club. Not that that mattered, actually. There's just 1 7 left in the deck. King of spades rolls off, and we have another elimination. Must be happy. Folded 10s now, indeed. We do lose another player, and 47 players remaining now. €5,050 is the current payout. All chasing that first prize tomorrow of €500,000. Unbelievable. 985 is the flop. Bando. Top pair. I'm going to bet 700k. I'll be watching out for this guy playing a lot of hands now going forward. That was an incredible call on the river. I don't even know what a solver would say about that one, but obviously had a tell on his opponent or something. Florian into small bando with the top pair. Two pair on the river for bando. There's a lot of poker to be played before it's all said and done tonight, Koiken. Florian bets 1.1 million and bando snaps him off. This guy is not to be messed with. Granted, he had two pair there. Yeah, the answer to the question is 24, yeah. But they're very, very long levels. So we could be here for quite some time. We have a new player at the table. Ding. Welcome. 21 bigs. Mario as well. 30. And Thomas 44. Some fun new players, guys. We moved here to the feature. Base king for Mario, just going to take that one down. A7-7 is the flop. We've got 6s against 9s against Mario's Queen Jack of clubs. He's bought nearly 2 million on the turn here on A7-7 king. Mario can make it straight with a 10. And checking over. Mario, it is a paired board. Perhaps he wants to fire a second time here. Or do we check back and then go for it on the river? Mario going for about a 550 here and ding. He just has to let his pocket nines go, facing 2 overcards. Nice pick up there for the ace king. Or the ace king out there with the queen jack. You have a few comments about 439,000 channel points. Wickman says this is worth more than a Ferrari. Lol. Florian McKing's here at Min Racing. Ding going to call the 425 raise from the hijack of Julian. Ace 9 of spades. Alessio going to call from the small with Queen 10 of clubs. And Thomas now getting fantastic odds to see a flop 4 ways with just 9-7 off suit. 1.675 million in this pot already, and it's just 225 to call. He says, well, we are going to the beach for a barbecue in a minute, so enjoy the fun and games. Hope you have a great day, Apocalypse. Ace Queen 6. Everyone checking around to ding. Alessio betting 500k. Don't know if I really like this. He's got to get through 3 players. Julian will call. And ding in the cutoff now. 13 blinds. It felt like he should have. He took a stab on the flop. There is the Jack of Hearts. Julian finding a way to win that one. Even though he did have the best hand. fast approaching midnight at Kings now, players will be starting to fatigue. Their sights set on making the final day of this amazing event. Bando raising 425. Just get called by Florian, who flops an open ender. Bando a top pair. Florian checking again, and Bando most likely wants to check it back, and he does do just that. The river, the Queen of Spades. Florian with the best hand here on the river, betting 1.1 million. Most likely going to get paid by Bando. He's got a 10x with top kicker. If your opponent has an 8 or a queen, then so be it. Nice pot there for the Queen. 9. Thomas opening on the button, and Bando with ace queen here in the big blind. Most likely we'll see him bump it up here. But no, just decides to call. On this board, Thomas might want to turn his hand into a bluff. Instead of Spando, it bets 350. We'll take it down. Pretty amazing as well. All players, the final table this will get 10K ticket. To the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year, of course. Thomas and Mario getting involved with 6s and 7s, and Florian on the button, King 10 of diamonds. Looks like he's going to raise it up to around 4x, 1.6. What does Julian think of this? Tell you what, you could make it about 3.5 million here. Maybe a little less. 3.5 million wouldn't be too far from being priced into. Mario is the only problem. It is 7.2. We have to call then. Definitely looked like he was thinking about it. It's probably just not the right spot, the right time. Thomas, 1.2 million more for him to call. Thomas kind of hampered of what he can do here from the cutoff, but it is cut off against Button, so if he really thought Florian was up to no good, he could just jam. Seems a bit cray-cray with 42 remaining. But these pairs like 6s, 7s, and 8s play really well as a jam, considering you want your opponent to have 10x type holdings like the one he has, 9x holdings, etc. Florian betting enough to put Thomas all in. Thomas is just wondering if his opponent's going to have much overcards when they just jam like this. This is the spot where you're going to have to let it go, faced with 2 overcards though. Current payout is now €6,200. Over 2 minutes in the tank now is Thomas. Thomas the tank engine. He's mulling it over in his head, but knows he has to let it go. Nice hand for Florian, now playing over 15 million. Ding flopping the full house. Not much going on for Julian here on the deuce 5-5-7 board. Bando still away out in the lead here, 125 big blinds, 25 million. Florian in second place, 76 big blinds. Julian with 57, then Alessio with 54, Mario with 34, Thomas with 31, and Ding is your shortest stack. Still playing a very comfortable 15 big blinds. That's how things are looking at the moment. Again, if you're just tuning in, what a real treat this is. It's the Euro Poker Millions main event day 3. Great 6-5 is the flop here, 2 hearts. You do get a bet and a call there on the turn. The river is the queen of diamonds. 8-6-5-4, queen is the board. Mario going to turn his hand into a bluff here on the river, betting 1.1 million. This board going to smack his perceived big blind defending range more so than the under the gun's opening range. For Alessio, big enough decision considering any 7 makes a straight. There's hearts out there also, but he does have a set. There's 4.4 million in this pot, and I expect we will see him call. He's getting good odds. Wow. Wasn't expecting to see Alessio fold there. Thought he might pay him off. Lucky German's looking for the payouts in the chat. What's up, Lucky German? There's Johan, the main man. Said they've subscribed for 23 months now. Fair play to you, Johan. The Lucky German says, what's up? Well, one of the biggest tournaments in Europe, in the world, is what's up. One of the biggest prize pools, record breaking for a €590 buy-in. That's what you're watching here. That's what's up, buddy. $500,000 for the winner. Unbelievable. As Johan says, hello Dan, play a solid game of bridge. Lucky German says, winner, winner, chicken dinner. There he is now. Been waiting all day to see this fella all the time. Says hello all late to the show this week. What's up, buddy? What a show it is. We've got 2 million guarantee. Smashed the whole off it. 3.2 million. $500,000 for the winner. Where else would you get it? Unbelievable stuff. Alessio raising to 500k from the small. Thomas in the big. I feel like he should be rejamming this one if it was. Actually, it's 28 bigs. It's a little bit too much. Just call. Three bets to 1.4 million, and now Alessio with the decision. Kind of like a 4-bet rip here also. Like I said earlier, those 6s, 7s, and 8s play really well. There you go. No messing around. Thomas in the small blind, 22 bigs, ace-6 offsuit, just going to complete his option. Florian is going to check. Hope you're keeping well anyway all the time. Nice to have you with us. Bases for Thomas here. He's going to bet 375 and get paid on the river. Julian raising to 425 with sixes under the gun, and Ding, King Queen. Let's go. Ding raising to 400k. Off 16 bigs here under the gun. Nice combo to get one through. Jack 7 of diamonds raising to 450 from Alessio. So 2 more hands before the break, folks. I believe this could be the last break of the night. We will be playing 2 more levels, and they're pretty chunky levels, 80 minutes. Lots more action to come. Ace Queen 10 is the flop here. Mario, the Ace 8. And Florian with the Jack 10. Florian's going to bet 500k and get called. Hijack against the big blind here. Standard enough stuff so far. Florian bets the second time there. Takes it down. Interesting that he got Mario to fold a better hand. As Johan says, see you next time. See you tomorrow, bird. Ace King 3 is the flop. Julian going to bet 275, and Alessio just going to release here. He gave 5 of diamonds, I would assume. And he does let it go. Right, guys, that's going to bring us up to another break. We'll see you all in about 15 minutes. We're coming back for 2 more action-packed levels of poker. See you all in a few moments.
of Keating. He's used to playing the role of table captain. I did say, you know, there's only enough room at this table for one B-knock. Looks like we're going to have a blind v blind confrontation between the two.
And Volkov, he can open with far less than 2 9s, and yet that is what has been delivered. And let's see Keating's reaction.
$65K. Sprinkle 2x from Volkov, who's been getting the better of everyone at this feature table, not just Keating.
Got shot straight draw on a 7-7-6 board. Volkov playing it as a check, and Keating wasting no time barreling.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the flat from Volkov. And now 7's full. Keating drawing dead.
Perhaps a safe turn card for Keating to avoid going broke on. Although probably less inclined to give Volkov these types of holdings. Would have expected pairs to c-bet perhaps. Looks like he's carving out a decent sized shell.
And look at the way Ruslan is playing this one, Henry. Now a full house on board. 2 check calls. Do we come out and bet with the 9s now, with the sense that Keating won't be able to get away from playing the board? Obviously Volkov decides no. I mean, surely Keating feels as though this is a gift from the deck on the river that would allow him to chop. Oh, no. You know, only a 7 that Volkov, I think, is truly worried about as played.
I mean, we were teasing that this was an entanglement waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Well,
you see the disbelief on Keating's face, who, to his credit, by the way, isn't incredulous about the situation. Obviously, he knows that Volkov will have a hand from time to time.
Bogdan was watching this going, how come Martinson can't have all the fun? I'm the chip leader here.
Yeah, but he still has 6 million. It's okay. Martinson, once again, 2 10s. He's got the firepower to fight.
His arms must be getting tired, Randy.
Just kidding. I don't think he minds it.
We might have to relay the felt.
100.
Excuse me, can I pitch my top one? Yeah?
Looks like he'll be raising, taking this one.
Yeah, Chateau with King 3 offsuit. Such a poor hand.
No chance he's playing this. Is he? Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go, Randy.
It's surprising because he hasn't been wanting to play hands, but
He's seen enough. He's seen Martinson play every hand, though. I guess Randy's decided, look, I'm gonna make a stand here for 1 blind. I've got a short stack back.
He's had enough.
Yeah.
Didn't want to wait anymore. No flop.
Martinson top set because he needed a hit hand.
7 check.
Can Martinson find a check back, Randy? Against such a short stack.
I don't think he will, just because this board hits the big blind a little bit, right? 7, 6, gut shots.
Is it a tiny bet and trying to induce a check jam?
I think he comes in small because he has the best pieces of this board with top set. But rarely would he want to check back this flop.
$65,000, the bet very small. And a switch
Oh my
check.
god, what is going on here? Made a move of just king 3 high, no backdoor hearts, and he's pretty much dusted. Looking for an 8 or 9 and a 9 to kind of chop this one up.
Wow, Randy. He knew it was the big blinds board. And he took advantage of that situation, or at least he thought he was going to, but instead, Martinson has him all but dead. Randy, what are we seeing?
Well, that's it.
That seals it. Chateau out in 27th. I mean, I always give credit to someone giving it a go, Randy, but that was spicy.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovski's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace queen suit. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovski gets away from this one against ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide ace jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
Ah, he's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovski the appearance that he could potentially
He might
get a
think,
fold.
oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SBR of 1 or less than 1.
He was
taking
given
these
a good
flops.
price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well.
Club. Followed by 2.
Here we go.
Clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovski is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with 2 overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s, 9s, 10s.
Yes, counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovski, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth, nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovski to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. He's staring Adamski down, even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
I will see. Doesn't matter.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
Without paying the Bravo. You play slowly, but now you are hot. Саня. Давай, брат.
Well, no time for any eulogies. As we march on here, absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack, not all in, but mostly in.
Got Ali Sarah saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Charles Corneff in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing in.
I remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez after that one too. That was at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with ace-king suited. 3-betted
I like you. You play
to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah, I don't like him. You don't
yeah,
like
I like him.
No stress.
No, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace, ace, 5, and King Queen suited.
Possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10 jack.
I knew that was the
GG.
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here.
No more possible.
As 2 casualties in short order here at the feature.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. It's the last 2 levels of the night, as far as I can tell. 40 players remaining now, with the chance to get through to the final day tomorrow and come back and play for €500,000. So it could be an interesting last few levels. Current payout is €6,200. As all the time says, 98 big blinds. Day 3, I'd be happy. Oh yeah, amazing. Unbelievable stack all the time. So we've got the same lineup. And we've seen some shenanigans before the break. So let's see what happens in this frame. All the time says, you know, there is still work to be done. There is indeed all the time. Over 10 hours into the stream now. It's been a long day. It ain't over yet. Florian with the best of it here on the ace 8-8-9 board. Mando picks up a piece of it here on the turn. And the blinds have gone up 125, 250, 250. As Mowgli asked Linda to finish today. I believe we're playing this level and one more level after it. And the river rolls off a 10. Florian winning another one with his undisguised, or his disguised ace. The ace 8-8-9-10 board. Yeah, we've got 2 levels, both 80 minutes each, so it's pretty long levels. And this level just started, Mowgli, yeah. Correct and right. Now, it's going to be really interesting 2 levels because players involved might want to shut up shop. If they really want to put the foot on the gas, now's the time to do it. The bigger stacks at this feature table really put maximum pressure on the shorter ones. Thomas going to raise to 525 with the ace-9. Both players with an ace. 16 bigs for Thomas. We'll see a lot of chips go in here. Seven of diamonds on the turn. And Julian now with a flush shot to go with his top pair. Thomas seems happy enough to try get this one down to the river. Perhaps he'll go for value if Julian checks again, which he should. I actually kind of like betting the turn, especially when we're in position and get called again by diamonds or clubs. Maybe a worse ace calls as well. It is good to pot control, but when you're in position, you've got a decent ace. If Julian had an ace that was better than ace-9, he would most likely just rip it pre, especially when it's cut off against the big blind. $7.25 is the bet, and Julian will be forced to pay off this one, I'd say, for that price. Julian does pay him off, and Thomas and perhaps the ace-8 could have lost even more money there. David raising to 625 here in the hijack with the deuces. Ladies for Florian. Three bet to 1.95 mil. Really nice time to wake up with queens. Brando might think that this could be a good spot to 4-bet, but not against David's stack, because if he 4-bets, then if he gets 5-bet ripped on, he'd have to commit. But look at this. This is, wow. Ding with kings. King of the ding. What a spot to wake up with a monster. So it does go all in and call. Seven, three deuces, the flop, 2 diamonds. Florian set to double up ding, unless there's a lady of the night. Turn is the 5 of spades. There is the 6 of diamonds. Really, really nice double up there. For the kings. Great time to pick them up. Brando raises to 500k in the cutoff. Mario going to call in the big blind. Flop is ace, queen, 6. And another one bites the dust. He will just take down that small pot. Blind v blind battle here. Looks like Alessio is happy to check it down. Will win with the better kicker. Then you've got David, Mario, and Thomas all with 27 bigs apiece. Then Ding with 28 after his double up. Alessio with 42, Julien with 43, Florian with 51, and way out in the lead is Bando, 98 big blinds. How are you keeping? Don't mind if I do. What a spot to be in. Another blind v blind battle. We've got Alessio flopping top pair here. Thomas with the ace 3. $2.1 million in this pot now on the river, and Thomas wondering if he can get value. And if he is going for value, how big does he want to go? I was going to say somewhere around half pot, and he does go for $1 million. Alessio quickly calling him. Not ideal for Alessio there. Bad turn card. Going to have to pay him off on the river. Understandable. Alessio not having the greatest starts this level. I thought didn't have the best of finishes in the last frame. And it looks like we are balancing tables or something to that effect. Bear with us. I'm sure we'll have the cards back in the air momentarily. Go back to the action. Mario min raising in the hijack and Thomas on the button. A7 suited. On the Jack 9 flop. David with an open ender. Mario with ace queen and Florian. Florian has some backdoors, alright, but it is 350 of a bet from Mario. David's gonna call. Eight of clubs rolls off on the turn. And that is music to David's ears. 2.5 million almost in this pot, and he's got the straight now. Okay, we're going to bet small here on the river. River is the 5 of clubs. Mario going to pay him off here for 2 big blind bet on the river. Couldn't beat much. Bit of a straight blocker. Go with his ace high. Decided the price was too good. Pocket 5's opening up from under the gun. David just going to call on the button, play this one conservatively. We might have seen him 3-bet on some occasions. Also, it does flop best. Top pair. Julian betting 350 here, and looks like David is raising to 725. Interesting. Basically clicks it back. Don't know if David wants to be raising this one, but does decide to raise on that board and takes it down. Dick raising to 500k, and Alessio is going to call. Florian is 3-betting to 2 million from the button. And this is an unbelievable opportunity here for Julian to get his chips in the middle. Kings. A lot of action going on here. Now, it's interesting to see, does he want to make it like 4 million, 4.2, something around that area? I think this personally looks stronger than shoving. Especially, you know, he's only got 37 bigs to start the hand. Florian's going to call. Wow, I wasn't expecting to see this. It's probably because he's getting such a good price. Look at the size of this pot, guys. 9.175 million as we see the flop. Flop is ace, queen, 7. That's not a great flop for Julian. And look at stack to pot ratio here. Less than 1-1, 5.775 mil left in Julian's stack. So how small is he going to go here? That looks to be about 1.7. Interesting decision here for Florian. Looks like he wants to do something. I don't think there's much he can do. Surely has to call one. For this price. Problem is, Julian only has 4 million behind. Pretty thick fold for that price. Julian will show kings. Florian would be happy to see he didn't have the best hand. Although he certainly doesn't look too happy there. Alessio min raising. Ace 10 off suit, and Florian is 3-betting to 1.2 million. Alessio opening. Queen Jack of Diamonds. So three-way action to the flop, folks. 7-6 deuce, two clubs. $350 is the bet from Alessio. He will take that one down. David, King 10 of spades. Pat asked, will the final table be played tomorrow? I'm sure it will, yeah. It's going to be a very long day. As all the time says, you can see the tiredness in them. Oh yes, I have an idea of how they feel at this late hour of the day. But that's it all the time. They're trying to take their time, not get too carried away. They want to bag as much as they possibly can for tomorrow. Obviously, the bigger the stack, the more pressure we can put on the other players. But even if you've got like a massive stack here, you don't want to be going ham too often. Just picking your spots, peppering them with the jab. And Julian is going to 3-bet to 1.625 million. Bando 95 bigs, Julien with 64, David with 37, Alessio 36, Florian with 35, Thomas with 34, Ding with 24, and Mario with 18. As Katsa says, decent payouts considering the buy-in amount. Unbelievable payouts considering the buy-in amount. And with 37 players remaining, there's actually a page on blooming. As all the time says, plus the ticket for top 9 is the cherry on the top. Absolutely, yeah. $23 bigs here from Ding in the cutoff. Just wants to be min raising this one. Or raising at the very least. You'll see players just open rip sometimes, and it's just far too much. Be ripping. Thomas with King 8 of spades. Now, he might defend here. That's good example that if we shove, we just get the blinds and antes. But if he calls, it comes King high or whatever the case may be. We give him the opportunity to lose more chips against us as we play hand 200 of the day. 7-6-3 is the flop, 2 diamonds. And Dick just decides to shove. Or did he just go for a small bet? I'm not sure. I don't think he should be shoving. It's a lot of cheddar. Florian in raising. Bando not even going to entertain playing the Queen 10 suited. PCW says, what time is day 4 tomorrow starting? I think it's an hour earlier. I'll just verify that for you. So it's live from 1:30 tomorrow, Central European time. So that'll be 12:30 for me. Normally it's 14:30. Tomorrow it is 13:30. Write that in your calendar. Alessio min raising, ace-8 of diamonds. Thomas calling on the button with king 10 off suit. Jack 7-3 is the flop, and Alessio with a flush draw. And Thomas going for a raise here, which I didn't expect to see. And Alessio having none of it. Jamming over the top, and he loves that. I like the way Alessio can be fearless at times. Granted, he had a really nice hand to shove with there. As ECW King says, Dan is the cherry on top. Not sure if I read that out already, but thanks very much, buddy. Cherry picking. It's going to be a very, very fun day tomorrow. I can feel it. It's going to be action-packed. It's going to be long. And there's just so much money up for grabs. As Johan says, last level of the day will start now. I think it's only going to be half a level, Johan. So about less than an hour left is what you're saying. Around 42 minutes or so. And Florian jamming. And I don't know if David can call this one off. It's just going to be too much chip. What is the delay? I think the delay is 30 minutes as per usual, Johan. I wasn't given any information to say otherwise. Nice pick up there for Florian. Rolled around to David. David in the cut-off. Bando could call here. It looks like Bando is shutting up shop. He's not taking too much risks. He's just going to call from the small. This is an action flop for David. He's got top pair, 10 kicker. No flush draw for Bando. Go with his ace high. So David is just going to call. Wow, whoa, whoa. That is a juicy turn card for action. Giving David top two, and Bando has the nut flush. David going to bet 750. No, Bando just wants the smooth call. No reason to do anything else. Raising to 2 million. I don't really understand this. This is just going to look very strong. Obviously, he thinks or knows that David is very strong himself, and I guess that's why I understand it. Let's see all the money go in here. I think his only play there is to just call, because if he shoves over the top, he might only get paid by worse. He's now he keeps in bluffs and 2 pair type holdings and stuff. It's hard to know what Bando's repping. You can see he's got the goods. 7.4 million in the pot. David with 4.475 million behind. Stack to pot ratio way less than 1-to-1, and I don't see David folding here. That 6 completes some straights, but top 2. This will be some fold if he was to make it. There is a pay jump out there from €6,200 to €7,400. That's the difference between 36th and 35th place. Because Bando could be turning just the ace blocker here into a bluff. Not sure what you think about this one in the chat. Seems like a nuts or an air type situation. Wow. What a fold. Just a really, really disciplined fold. It shows the magnitude of this moment and indeed the tournament it is happening in. Take a bow, David. You're still in the tournament. And we've got more action. Mario raising. Florian shoving. I am not, says Ace 9. Club did everything he could to tell his opponent he has the goods. And you see, Ace Jack suited going in the muck. And Ace Queen will take that one down. Florian with aces here facing a limp, an unconventional limp. Haven't seen one of these in a while. David going for it with the Jack 8 of clubs. Uh-oh. Bando. He's got ace king. We could see a monstrous pot here. He is going to 3-bet to 4.5 million. Bando could be about to lose a chunk of change. And he's been relatively patient. This is a sick cooler. I don't see Bando folding. $6.6 million more for him to call. He definitely doesn't like it, but he could be up against some big pairs. Ace King also. Maybe Florian has Ace 5 suited occasionally. Although I just don't see that being too likely in this scenario. King 9-8 is the flop. Bando has one piece of the puzzle. He needs another king of kings. Two left in the deck, and the jack of hearts rolls off. So it's just a king now, and a king only. But it is the 7 of spades, and Florian now 23 million. His face says it all. And it's the game on. Bando back down to 64 big blinds. Still has chunks, but don't want to be losing them ones. Nothing he can do, of course. I am not, says nice to 6x with AA versus the limp and still get the reward of someone finding ace king behind you. Yeah, I agree. Johan is informing me that the delay is 60 minutes. This is the last level, but I believe they're only playing half the level. Is that correct, Johan, or am I going mad? Alessio 3 betting to 2.1 million. Ace 9 of clubs. Bando, min raising under the gun here. Ace Queen suited. We're just going to be rebalancing tables. Julien taking that one down with 10-8 off suit. Mario shoving with his ace jack. Blinds have officially gone up a hand or two ago now. 150k. Small blind, 300k. Big blind with a 300k. Running big blind ante. That's 150, 300, 300. And he will just take down the blinds and antes. You can feel it in the air that these guys are getting close to bagging and tagging. Hopefully get a great night's sleep. Come back and give it hell tomorrow. SEO raising. Mario all in again. Alessio forced to fold his pocket fives. Trips here for Mario, blind v blind. Alessio with king high. Mario bet 650. Take it down. And we'll just take that one down. You're going to see some raise and takes as we get closer and closer. I hope you're all excited as I am for this one tomorrow. I expect to see a big crowd. What a long, fun day. A lot of interesting spots. Ding is just going to straight up shove here from the cutoff with ace queen. I think I prefer to raise call there, but having said all that, ICM might just tell you to rip in these spots when you're this close today. Or